Bore da pawb, croeso I Caerdydd, a Diwali hapus I chi gyd. Morning all, welcome to virtual Cardiff and happy Diwali to you all. This is of course the third Type 1 in Tech, or virtually the third, more of that in a second. I'm Di Williams, National Director for Wales at Diabetes UK. I don't have Type 1, but 17 years ago, this very month, in fact, in November 2003, my son Sam was diagnosed. So other parents will understand I've lived Type 1 by proxy in a way, and have the greatest respect for Sam, anybody else living with the condition. Since coming to Diabetes UK 13 years back with the aim of making a difference for people living with diabetes, I met some truly great people. And it really is a great privilege to be with you all today on World Diabetes Day and to get together and hopefully to get some more out of tech and some other good tech to you where it can do so much more good. However, before we move on, I would in a normal year be telling you where the toilets were and what to do in the event of a fire. I'm afraid this year on your own on that front. So instead, a little bit of, for a virtual conference, we need to have some Zoom protocols or housekeeping. We're expecting quite a good turnout, and there's probably around 1,700 people registered. So be careful that things don't go awry. So these are the rules for the day, if that's okay. All participants will be muted with cameras off for the duration of the event, to save any problems or disasters along the way. If you can't hear the speakers, please ensure your sound is turned on and that you don't have your fingers in your ears. Come on now, listen to what's going on. And if you wish to ask the speakers questions, please use the Q&A box. This box is for questions only and not for comments, please. I've got a team including a DSN here, keeping an eye on these questions as we move forward, and we'll actually try and get the best of the questions, the most relevant questions to the speaker at the time allowing, of course. We may not be able to answer all of your questions today, but we will be sending a Q&A sheet to all registrants following the event. So don't worry, you will get feedback on your queries. And of course, you can contact us here at wales@diabetes.org.uk. We'll respond to all emails. We'll be asking questions on Zoom polls throughout the day. These will appear on your screen as long as you keep the Zoom open. Please look out for these and answer as you see fit. Today's conference will be recorded and will be placed on YouTube after the event for you to revisit. Last year, we had over 4,000 people in a couple of days. The point is, when you need support, there'll be some kind of support there for you online. The information will be there for you when and how it matters. So before we start off, let's go into an overview of the day. So what have we got for you? The key is we'll be looking at the different kinds of tech that are out there that'll make your life with Type 1 and some of the obstacles that can prevent you from accessing that tech. It's no good unless you can lay your hands on it, and what the picture is across the UK. Once you've covered this, we're looking at how you decide what tech is right for you and some new ideas around tech use in paediatrics. Now, what conference would work without you seeing what's actually available out there? We have some tech companies for you we have some tech companies to join you in your lounge over lunch, and the latest from Abbott, Medtronic, and Dexcom, the three big guys there. In the afternoon, we'll be speaking to some people living with Type 1 diabetes and get their take on tech, how they came across it and what it does for their lives. Looking forward to see how we can best move forward. And at the end of the day, we'll finish off to see, okay, what can we do to really get this tech out there to you? So, okay, let's get the day moving with a couple of those polls. Let's give them a try and see who we've got out there listening to us. First question is, how many of you out there use tech? Now, by tech, what I mean is a CGM, Libre, or a pump. So now, all you've got to do is just literally click on the relevant box and we'll know where we are there. Okay, so how many use a Libre, a CGM, or a pump? Come on, guys, press those buttons. Let's see what's happening out there. Any luck? We got any results coming through yet? God, when Sam was first diagnosed, this was all basically a dream. None of this stuff was around. How are we dealing with that now? Got some results coming through. God, the picture now is so different from it was all those years back. And what we've got is, yes, we've got 87% of you actually using some kind of, which is good, and no for 13%. Now, again, we'll start to reinforce and get into some of that stuff later on. And again, what have we got here? Now, you actually get just under half of you actually using the tech that you want. Again, about the same number thereabouts. I've got some of it and no for 15%. So I think the bottom line here is we'll be hearing later on a little bit more about what's going on with that stuff. Okay, guys. So We gathered from that many of you are having some difficulty in getting the right tech that you want. So we'll start with an overview of technology across the 4 nations of this United Kingdom, just to see where we stand, and we'll see where the highs and lows are across the UK. Now we've got Liz Perraudin, our Senior Policy Officer. She lives with type 1 and has carried a survey about technology over the last year to see what's going on in the UK. And this should set the scenes for knowing where we are and the situation in your area before we move on to see what the right tech can do for you and how we can improve this access and get it to you. Take it away, Liz.
Thanks, Di, and hi everyone. Really great to be here. Happy World Diabetes Day. I'm sure we're all wearing lots of blue and have painted our nails to kind of show our support. So for a bit of background, I guess to start with, many of you will remember our Fight for Flash campaign a couple of years ago, which was calling for greater access to flash glucose monitoring. And during the campaign, while many people were saying, yes, this is a really important issue, we were increasingly hearing from people that there were other issues around access to diabetes technologies, so CGM, insulin pumps, etc. And earlier this year, at the beginning of the year, which feels like a lifetime ago now for many of us, we ran a survey we spoke to 5,000 people living with diabetes to understand more about their experiences surrounding diabetes technology, what the key challenges were, what the barriers were to access. And today I'm going to present you with some of the kind of key highlights or findings of that survey, talk to you a bit about what we're doing with the results, speak briefly about our Check for Tech campaign, which is in England, and then offer you a few musings, I guess, about the future. So if we can go on to the next slide, please. So I'm starting with a bit of a negative, sorry, but nearly 50% of people who have tried to access diabetes technology who in the last 10 years have been refused, according to our survey respondents. And if we can go on to the next slide, we see here the kind of impact that has had on people's lives, of feeling less confident managing the condition, much less motivated to manage their condition. And I think there's actually the 5th bullet point here, people struggling, nearly 40% of people struggling financially because they're having to self-fund technologies that they've been refused access to. And we know that that's unacceptable. You know, these are technologies that can make living with diabetes that much easier, and people are in financial difficulty because they're not being given access to that. If we go on to the next slide. So this is, I guess, the flip. Half of survey respondents have managed to access diabetes technology in the past 10 years. And again, the next slide, please. We asked people about the impact that using diabetes technology had on their lives. And what we saw in that is, I mean, what many of us will know. I know 80 odd % of us said that we have used diabetes technology or using it now. But I want to draw your attention to the final bullet point in this list, which is fewer episodes of diabetic ketoacidosis, or DKA, 14%. If we think that diabetic ketoacidosis often results in hospitalizations, and we know that diabetes-related hospitalizations cost our health services tens of millions every year, a potential reduction of 14% could represent really significant benefit, not just obviously for people with diabetes, but actually for our health system too. If we can go on to the next slide. So the 3rd bullet point here I thought was quite interesting, and one that many of you would be interested in. We asked people who started the conversation about diabetes technology. So was it them or their healthcare professional? And with Flash and CGM, it was a kind of 50-50 split. So 50% people with diabetes initiating that conversation and 50% healthcare professional. With insulin pumps, it was a bigger difference. So 70% of the time it was healthcare professionals starting that conversation and 30% people with diabetes. And I think for us, this raises a number of questions and challenges. And I think something that we've been thinking about a lot at Diabetes UK recently is, Obviously, we want to encourage and support healthcare professionals to start those conversations, but actually we want to give you, people with diabetes, the kind of tools and confidence to start those conversations yourselves. The fourth bullet point in this list was around, we asked people about insulin pump waiting times. So once somebody has been told they will be given access to an insulin pump, how long are they actually waiting to get it? And there was huge variation. Some people waiting a month after being told they would be given access, and some people waiting up to 3 years. In Northern Ireland, that variation was particularly stark, and our Diabetes UK team in Northern Ireland have been working really closely with the health service and using these this survey results to start to think about what we can do to tackle the issue. And we're really pleased that money, quite a significant sum of money, has been kind of ring fenced in by the health service in Northern Ireland to specifically tackle this issue. The next bullet point, level of deprivation has an impact. Well, for many of us who work in the diabetes space, there's a substantial amount of kind of audit data and other data that means we know that's the case. And our survey found just that. Those living in the most deprived areas are least likely to access diabetes technologies. And I think, again, this highlights for us at Diabetes UK how we need to be supporting people to have those conversations. And I think most concerning in this was that those in the most deprived areas were the least likely to ask again, so to push for more access to diabetes technology. And again, you know, we need to do some work to help people have the confidence to ask again and make their case. Final bullet here, awareness of closed loop technology is actually very low amongst people with diabetes. I think for those of us that work a lot around diabetes technology, we talk a huge amount about closed loop technology or artificial pancreas technology being the kind of future of diabetes, type 1 diabetes care. But actually awareness of that technology is very low. So there's definitely a job to do in terms of raising awareness around this. If we can move to the next slide, please. So the final question of our survey was asking people what they thought was most important for improving access. And I think these results speak for themselves. You know, people want more national funding, more knowledge and information for both people with diabetes and their healthcare professionals, and kind of nationally implemented criteria. And this question has really helped us as an organisation to think about how we prioritise our work and the things that we need to kind of look at first and foremost for improving access to diabetes technologies. If we can go to the next slide, please. So obviously these are some of the kind of headline survey results. It was a big survey and there are many more results that I could have talked about, but I guess the question is, what are we actually doing with them? Well, these results are really helping us to make the case. You know, we have people telling us exactly what the benefits of using diabetes technology are. We can understand the issues in local areas. We collected kind of postcode level data, which gives us insight on that. We can go to parliamentarians, for example, and say, look, this is what's happening in your local area, and these are the key challenges. We've been working with partners to use the survey results. I mentioned in Northern Ireland that the survey results have really helped give impetus to a new piece of work around tackling issues surrounding insulin pumps. And we've also been working in Scotland, for example, with you. In Scotland, we have a tech collective, as it's known, a group of people living with diabetes that have a special interest in technology. And that group is supporting Diabetes Scotland to work out kind of key campaigning priorities. And of course, next year with elections going on in Scotland, that the Tech Collective is helping our team in Scotland to kind of work out the asks that we're going to make of the next Scottish Government around diabetes technology. In Wales, a very similar approach is being taken. Our Wales team Diabetes Cymru is in the process of establishing our own Tech Collective. Again, elections next year in Wales, so that collective will be instrumental in terms of defining what our asks are of the next government in Wales. The survey results have also been great for kind of raising the profile of the issues surrounding variation in access to diabetes technology. We had recently an exclusive in the Mail on Sunday that highlighted some of the key issues and the fact that people just aren't getting access when they should be. And the survey results were used to kind of really reinforce the case there, which was really excellent. If we can go on to the next slide, please. Yes, so I don't think I'd be forgiven by my campaigns team if we didn't talk about Check for Tech. This is a campaign that's ongoing in England. It's calling on the government in Westminster to introduce a national diabetes technology fund. So we're calling for ring-fenced funding that would allow local areas to kind of use the funding to address local need and key issues in their area, so that funding can be kind of flexed. And we do, you know, this was something that you told us was vitally important for increasing access to diabetes technology. And we're doing exactly what you told us to, which is work towards getting more funding. If we can go on to the next slide. So looking to the future, a key strategic outcome at Diabetes UK is, for the next 5 years, is ensuring that more people have access to a practical cure for diabetes. So in our context today, we're talking about closed loop artificial pancreas technology. I think there's a huge amount of work to be done to get to that place. Obviously, closed loop technology is expensive. We're going to really need to make the case loud and clear for funding for that. But there's also going to be issues around, or work to be done around educating healthcare professionals and in fact people with diabetes about this technology, how it can be used and its limitations. So there's a lot of work for us to do in the coming years around diabetes technology, but I think there is a clear view at Diabetes UK that this is really, really important work, and we have heard you loud and clear that this is something you want us to prioritise. So I'm going to end there. I will be back speaking in conversation with our next speaker, Alistair Lumb, but thanks very much for your time, everyone.
Good morning.
Thanks,
everybody.
Liz. That was terrific. Thanks, Liz. That was terrific. From Welsh perspective, some clear lessons for Diabetes UK to learn here. And Liz was down talking to our Senator a matter of weeks ago. A funny thing about diabetes is, I was talking to Evie here yesterday. Evie is our technical guru who's pulling all this kind of stuff together for us at the moment. We're discussing why people living with type 1 diabetes are invariably referred to as patients when they're not ill. Type 1 isn't an illness, it's a condition. If it's managed well, there's no reason why you should be ill. Now, I know this is far from easy, and of course, this is where tech and the right tech can be really helpful. So our next speaker is Dr. Alistair Lumb, a diabetes consultant from Oxford and co-chair of the Diabetes Technology Network UK, amongst a host of other things, of course. So who better place to talk to you about what technology can offer, to explore some of the obstacles that can prevent more people from accessing it when they do. In the meantime, Liz is going to be checking out some of your questions to come back and put them to Alistair. Take it away, Alistair.
Thank you, Di, and sorry for butting in there. And thank you very much to the organisers for inviting me to take part into this in this event today. And happy World Diabetes Day to everyone. Can I have my next slide, please? Just feel like I'm turning into Chris Whitty when I say next slide, please, but I've got quite a long way before I get there. Here are my disclosures. If I can have the next slide, please. So I think I'm probably preaching to the converted in terms of thinking about the benefits of technology, and I'm going to summarise those relatively briefly because I think talking about the barriers is actually perhaps going to be more interesting. So looking at insulin pumps, we know that insulin pumps can help people with type 1 to reduce HbA1c, where that is a goal, or to reduce hypoglycemia, where that is a goal, or to do both actually as well. There's some interesting data from Sweden. They have a big diabetes registry there, so they can follow people over a number of years, which shows that pump users have fewer deaths from cardiovascular disease, so that's things like heart attacks and that kind of thing, versus people using MDI. Now, that's registry data, and it doesn't say if you put the people on MDI onto pumps, it would make a difference. Another interesting thing about that is actually the HbA1cs were comparable between the two groups, so that isn't an effect of lower HbA1c in the pump using group. CGM, moving on, we know CGM helps people with type 1 to reduce HbA1c, but that's a goal. or reduce hypoglycemia, where that's a goal, and especially in those with hypo unawareness. We know it helps to improve pregnancy outcomes for women with type 1 diabetes and their babies. And a personal kind of point of view, both insulin pumps and CGM can help people with type 1 diabetes manage around sport and exercise. And I'm really glad to see that you have Mel talking to you about that later on. Okay, if I can have the next slide, please. We've seen more recently with COVID that actually the way that we practice in terms of working with people with type 1 diabetes has changed. And we're doing much more remotely now. I think this does bring some of the other benefits that tech can bring. So actually there's technology like how I'm speaking to you today. That has benefits in terms of people not needing to come to a hospital, to park, to have problems with childcare, take time off work, take time off school in quite the same way. Also, technology brings different ways of having conversations about diabetes. So time and range, which is a concept that I'm sure many of you are familiar with now, gives us a different way of having conversations about sort of adjusting diabetes management, and allows people to set their own goals and have those as short term, because you can see changes in time and range over a week or two. Okay, next slide, please. So who should be benefiting from these technologies? Well, this was published in 2019, and it's a statement on behalf of Diabetes UK, but also diabetes clinicians in the UK, just discussing who should be benefiting from type 1 technology. So next slide, please. Looking through here, we've got, this is covering pumps, it's covering flash, so Freestyle Libre and real-time CGM, so that's things like the Dexcom G6, for example, and showing who would benefit from those technologies. And actually, there's a couple of things that I'd like to point out to you. One is that, for example, pumps experiencing disabling hypoglycemia, but there's a lot of criteria around hypoglycemia, both in the flash and the CGM columns. What that means is actually we have different technologies available, and it's about trying to choose the right technology for the right person. Now, there are going to be, we live in a resource constrained environment, so there are going to be limitations like cost, for example, and flash comes in cheaper than the other technologies, and therefore has been in some ways more available, certainly than real-time CGM. But this at least is laying out an idea of who has been demonstrated to benefit from these different technologies. Next slide, please. So what are the barriers to accessing technology? Well, whilst those criteria help to sort of guide decisions around technology and help to guide them in a resource constrained environment, the criteria can be a limitation too. So what if someone's got the kind of wrong HbA1c, and by that I mean an HbA1c which isn't perhaps high enough to meet pump criteria, but they would still probably benefit from switching their insulin delivery from MDI to a pump. Actually, the way that we organise things at the moment doesn't particularly help those people. Now, there is an influence of healthcare professionals there, and I'll come back to that in terms of HCP knowledge, training and time. So funding is another thing. And I'm going to just talk about funding, and I'm sure this is a frustration for a lot of people. Making those decisions around pumps versus CGM, for example, where we think those might be the right options. What we've had, certainly in England, is the NICE Technology Appraisal 151, which has kind of mandated funding for pumps. What NICE have said around continuous glucose monitoring has been in the NG18, which is the guidance for type 1 diabetes in adults, has been guidance. So it says CGM could be considered in these situations and hasn't been mandated. And what that means is, in some areas, local clinicians have managed to make a case, local commissioners have looked upon that case favourably, and so arrangements have been made so that CGM is available for the right people. In other areas, the criteria are different, or perhaps CGM is much, much less available because the funding has not been mandated. And what that introduces is that kind of postcode lottery experience that really frustrates both clinicians and people with diabetes. We've seen something slightly different with Flash initially. That was much more local, and again you saw a lot of variation in availability across the country. But when there were national criteria put in place, then and a national kind of funding arrangement put in place as well, and we've really got to thank in England, we've got to thank NHS England and Partha Car for that. Then actually that really helped to improve the availability, and now each CCG in England has at least 20% of people using Flash, and that's the power of those national kind of criteria and funding arrangements. When we come to healthcare professional knowledge and training, that's, you know, some people have grown up not using technology and have had to learn to do it during their work, perhaps as a consultant. So it's come along while they've been a consultant. And actually people are busy, and it's making time to get the right information and make sure that they get the right technology to the right people. Time is an issue that's interesting because it could be time in a consultation. If you're in the middle of a busy clinic, if you initiate a consultation about tech, that might take another 5 or 10 minutes. It might be the right thing to do for that individual, but it can be difficult then to push the whole of the rest of your clinic later and later and later. There's also issues around time in terms of overall capacity for healthcare professionals. So we've seen that, and where that really shows itself normally is in terms of long waits to get onto a pump. There are awareness of available options for people with type 1. So you've seen from Liz that people are generally pretty aware of maybe pump and Flash technology, but maybe less aware of what's available in terms of closed loop. It's interesting that there has been some other survey data which says healthcare professionals are still the most common and trusted source of information about diabetes tech. So healthcare professionals have a really important role. And on today's World Diabetes Day, where the title of it is Nurses Make the Difference, and I'm really pleased to see that Geraldine's speaking later on this morning. The nursing team have an amazing influence over how we provide the best care for people. So Liz mentioned that social status does affect access to tech. So why does that matter? Well, there's probably a number of things that make a difference there. Maybe people who have lower social status are often, what that means is lower income, and those people are spending their time. They may be working more than one job, they're trying to put food on the table, they're trying to work out how to survive. And that makes it more difficult to actually spend time, one, managing diabetes at all, but two, spending time advocating for yourself to get hold of tech. And maybe you don't have, it's not something that you do day to day, and maybe you need a bit, those people need a bit more support with advocating for themselves to access the tech. And that's where healthcare professionals, again, need to be an influence. We need to be aware of that and need to be an influence. There are some personal barriers, and actually it's worth remembering that tech isn't right for everybody. We've used tech with some people who've stopped using it because they found it's not the right thing for them. A great quote I saw from people with type 1 about tech is that it's both a blessing and a burden. And so if the blessing outweighs the burden, then the tech's right for you, but if it's the other way around, then maybe not. Next slide, please. This is just to let you know about something that we've done as part of the Diabetes Technology Network. So we set up a program called Academy, which is in conjunction with Gluco, which you may know better as Diasend. And this is training for healthcare professionals in the use of diabetes technology. So that's insulin pumps, it's continuous glucose monitors, it's flash glucose monitoring, it is sensor augmented and closed loop systems as well. And it talks a little bit about virtual consultations and also using connected pens and apps and those kind of things as well. So what we're aiming to do with that is try and support healthcare professionals to be able to access that training in their own time and make that available. Next slide, please. This is just illustrating that concern that we have about equity of access and how we want to develop that. Now, this is from the 2017-18 pump audit from England and Wales. And what we see is that if you look at people on a pump, then it's most of the people on the pump are from the least deprived group and fewest from the most deprived group. But actually the most number of people with type 1 are in that most deprived group. And so what that's saying is we're not getting it right in terms of making the tech access to everybody, accessible to everybody. Next slide, please. I want to finish off by just talking a little bit about what success can look like. So this is Freestyle Libre. This is the National Freestyle Libre audit, and it's good to see that Emma Wilmot is speaking later on today. Who led on this work. So what we see is that with all comers going on to flash technology, there was a reduction in HbA1c of about 0.4% or 5 millimoles per mole. But if you had a higher HbA1c, so that's over 69.5 millimoles per mole, 8.5%, then actually that reduction was bigger. So people are really benefiting from this tech. Next slide, please. What that's also doing is, and Liz mentioned reductions in DKA. So we see even in the short period, initial period of the audit, we see fewer hospital admissions for both hypos and DKA, hyperglycemia, fewer paramedic call-outs, and much less in the way of severe hypoglycemia people experiencing, and that's hypos requiring assistance from another person. Next slide, please. The other thing is, and I think we can pick this up, is actually we measure things like admissions because that translates into money, and that's something that helps make a case to commissioners. We mention clinical outcomes like hypos and HbA1c. Again, those are clinical outcomes that are meaningful to commissioners, which we can translate into money. But actually, people feel better about managing their diabetes with the flash technology. So the left-hand question is about people's schools feeling overwhelmed by the demands, and right-hand is people feeling that they're failing. And what we see is people's experience improves on both of those measures. And where I think this is really successful is that this has happened with national access, and it has, with the way that things have been accessed in that national way, we don't see the inequity of access that we do with other diabetes technologies. And I think that's been a really, really important part of that success. Next slide, please. Next slide is a lovely picture of Oxford in the sunshine. I can absolutely guarantee, I'm not in Oxford right now, but I can absolutely guarantee it doesn't look like that right now. Thank you very much for your time and your attention.
And hi, Alistair. That was fantastic. More words of wisdom from Alistair. That was absolutely brilliant. Thanks so much. Again, rubbing it in there, because if I look out the window down in Cardiff, it is absolutely pouring down cats and dogs outside. It's a veritable swamp outside the building here. Now, again, we thought it'd be useful to follow on from this for Liz and Alistair to have a bit of a chat, because some of these barriers are kind of things they've both been talking about. And of course, Liz has been scouring the questions and answers that are coming in to bring up some pertinent points with Alistair. Also, to remind you, there's an awful lot going on Twitter at the moment about the conference. A lot of noise about it out there. All good, luckily. Take it away, Alistair and Liz.
Hello. Sorry, a few technical issues there, clicking on too many buttons. Thanks, Alistair. There was a question or a comment, if you will, came in from somebody, Dean Flynn, that picked up on that kind of sort of last thing you touched on around, I guess, kind of quality of life. I'd be really interested, you know, we talk a lot about the kind of clinical outcomes and clinical benefit of using diabetes technologies. And I wonder if you can share any reflections on what you think, whether you think the kind of quality of life implications of diabetes technology is considered enough, and what barriers you think there are to kind of getting, persuading decision makers that that's an important sort of measure for people.
Yeah, thank you, Liz, and thank you for the question. I think it's something that's really important. One of the things that's underplayed is the burden of living with type 1, and that is, when I say burden, I'm not trying to say that that's how people always view it, but it takes kind of bandwidth, it takes cognitive load. You have to spend time thinking about it, making decisions. Even if you're making those decisions subliminally, you're making decisions about diabetes pretty much all the time. And I think that is vastly under-considered in terms of some of the benefits that technology can bring. I mean, you can see it with something as the Freestyle Libre, that people get benefit in terms of how they feel about living with their diabetes. We mentioned the closed loop systems. What the closed loop systems are doing are taking a lot of those decisions away from people with diabetes. Now, the closed loop systems achieve, certainly the commercially available ones, achieve 65 to 70% time in range. People I work with, I know, can outperform those systems and do outperform those systems. But it takes them a lot of effort, and there is a trade-off there, and there may be some taking into account that benefit of actually you're taking the burden of living with diabetes away from people is really important. Where it becomes slightly difficult is, how do you measure it? I know there are people in Sheffield who are looking particularly about that kind of cognitive burden aspect of living with diabetes, but it's also, when we're talking to commissioners, it's kind of, how do you monetize that? And I'm not sure that's easy, but it doesn't make it any less important.
No, absolutely. And it's a very difficult message to get across, and as you say, the kind of the money side of things always ends up coming up as the key question for decision makers, and it's certainly something that at Diabetes UK we try to push to kind of highlight the quality of life benefits of diabetes technologies, but we sort of have to find a way of communicating that whilst also communicating the kind of financial benefit. There was also something that came through from William Cairns, who told us that he is about to be given the 780G, Medtronic 780G pump, but that he's not being given access to the sensor from Medtronic that would allow that the kind of hybrid closed loop system to work. And we talk a lot about this closed loop technology. We know that people with diabetes actually have become frustrated by the slow progress and the unwillingness to be given access to these kind of hybrid systems, and have started kind of DIYing their own. And I wonder if you have any thoughts on what the future of that looks like, what needs to be done to ensure that where somebody is getting a 780G pump, they are also given the sensor to use it in its most kind of optimal way.
Yeah, I think, again, thank you for the question. I think it's a really, really good question. What we see with technology is that things change really quickly. The space moves very quickly. So NICE have a really big influence, but NICE, the way they assess technologies is different from the way that they assess medications, for example. So we perhaps struggle a little bit to get funding because of the difference in assessment, but it's also it's not a very agile process. To put this in perspective, some kind of perspective, The NICE guidance on sensor augmented pump therapy currently talks about the Medtronic Perraudin VO. It was pretty much out of date by the time it was published, because the 640G, you know, which had a more sophisticated system, was published, was launched. So we can see that the regulators and the funders, in terms of their assessments, are struggling to keep up. Now, NICE are reassessing at the moment, which I think is fantastic, the way that they assess technologies. And I think that's a kind of really important aspect to that. I mean, actually, it would be very fair to say that the technology pathway, which I showed, probably is you know, also getting a bit out of date. Now, it takes a little bit of time to put something together which has a consensus behind it. You know, the hybrid closed loop technologies are now available, and they should be in that pathway. Again, I can absolutely guarantee that work is and has gone on, and I'm hoping that something like that will be published imminently. But when you've got national guidance like that, it helps to drive, you know, it helps to support people making local change. And I think, you know, everyone struggling to keep up, I think is slightly still a problem in the tech space.
Yeah, absolutely. And I think that this is where, you know, us as Diabetes UK, other patient organisations like JDRF, you in the Diabetes Technology Network, our colleagues in the kind of national NHS and health service teams, it's where we do all need to kind of come together and work together to ensure that we make progress in this area. I think you know, this year in particular, we've all been slightly preoccupied by the global pandemic that I don't actually think we've really mentioned so far in this conference, which is quite impressive. But I think as we move into the end of this year and look to 2021, I do get this sense that there's real impetus and kind of desire amongst all of the kind of players involved in this, including ourselves and our colleagues at JDRF, that we really need to work together to kind of make progress in this space. We can't do this single-handedly. It has to be a team effort, and we have to use our kind of expertise where we can. I'm conscious of time. I'm going to kind of refer to Di on this in case we're running out of time.
You're doing good at the moment.
Fabulous, thank you. There was one other thing that I just wanted to address that I've seen lots of in the chat, which is about acronyms. And I realised before I worked at Diabetes UK, I didn't know so many of these acronyms, and I had diabetes, and now I use them all the time. So apologies for that. But HCP, healthcare professional, CGM, continuous glucose monitor. What else did we have? MDI, multiple daily injections. I'm sure there have been more that we've used, so apologies for that. But there was a question, and I just wondered, Alistair, if you could address this. There's a couple of people who are keen to understand the difference between flash glucose monitoring and continuous glucose monitoring. It sounds like the two are used interchangeably. Can you offer a quick explanation of that?
Yes, I could try. So essentially they use the same technology. So what they do is they measure glucose in the fluid between the cells under the skin. So that's interstitial fluid. And actually there's a close relationship between the glucose in that fluid and the glucose in the blood. So you can use algorithms to estimate what blood glucose would be. Now, it is important with both systems to remember that you're measuring something different from blood glucose, and because there's a time lag, if glucose is dropping, then actually the sensor glucose doesn't go low until after your blood glucose has gone low. So, you know, there are sort of obvious issues there, but what we've seen is that sensors are very useful. So with Flash, as it stands at the moment, so we've had Freestyle, the first generation Freestyle Libre in the UK as the first Flash. The sensor will store the data. It'll take a reading every 15 minutes and store the data, but you have to ask for the data. So you have to swipe it with a reader or a phone to get that information from it. Libre 2 is going to be slightly different in that if you above a high or low threshold, you'll be able to get an alert which alerts you that you should check. CGM is slightly different in that it's sending the data out all the time. So it's sending the data out to something that receives it. And again, that's either a reader or a mobile phone or an insulin pump. Sending that data out all the time. And therefore you can use the reader or the phone to generate alerts, or you can use that data that's being pushed out to change things on an insulin pump as well. I hope that kind of explains the difference a little bit.
Yeah, excellent. That's absolutely perfect. So we've run out of time, but there are lots more questions in the Q&A. I will make sure to look at them and try and answer as many as possible. But thanks everyone for your time, and thanks Alistair for having this conversation.
Thank you very much, Liz, and thanks everyone for coming today, and I hope you enjoy the rest of the day.
Fantastic, thanks both, that was wonderful. And again, I have my own language problems here in Wales, albeit I'll try to be best behaviour today. And again, one of the things Alistair said earlier on about World Diabetes Day was that nurses make the difference. I couldn't agree more. Honestly, when my son Sam was diagnosed, we had a fantastic PDSN, a paediatric diabetes specialist nurse called Nick Owen. He was brilliant, he kept us afloat literally. Now, when it comes to getting your own tech, the process will obviously probably be done via a DSN, so diabetes specialist nurse, as these are one of the most underrated roles in the NHS. And Geraldine Galen is one of the most special of diabetes specialist nurses. She works at King's in London, albeit today she's here to speak to you all. Off you go, Geraldine.
Thank you, Di. They were lovely words. Thank you. So Evie, I think you're controlling the screen, so I'll get you to move to the next slide. But as we get started, I just really wanted to wish everyone a happy and healthy World Diabetes Day. What a day to be holding this event, which is fabulous. And also happy Diwali to anybody out there as well. So I've been tasked to discuss with you preparing for new technology. So Evie, I'll get you to go to the next screen. So I'm going to do a little bit of an introduction of King's and the King's experience. And then really I'm going to discuss the keys to success. So just touching upon self-management, education, and what support is available, but also touching upon the challenges and solutions as well. I'm going to go through a few of the resources that might be available to help us on board with new technology. And also I've kind of slipped in at the end a little bit on time and range, because this is what we're starting to see as part of a lot of our technology consultations. And hopefully we'll have a few minutes at the end for question and answers. And I have offered to answer any questions after the event as well. So Evie, to next slide. So this is where I am normally based. It's King's College Hospital in London. We're a large tertiary referral centre. And a lot of our work and research and academic work is around hyperglycemia and hypoglycemia unawareness, diabetes technology, psychology and psychiatry. We have approximately 2,200 people with type 1 diabetes, and 60% of those people that come to our service are out of area. We have approximately 800 people on insulin pump and approximately 200 people on glucose sensors, which is a combination of sensor augmented pumps. That's when the glucose sensor talks to the pump, and also sensor alone. We assess people according to the NICE guidance and the diabetes technology pathway that you've already seen through Alistair Lumb's presentation. And everyone is assessed according to the multidisciplinary team to make it fair, so that it's not just my decision who goes on to an insulin pump or who starts a CGM. We discuss that as a team. And we also have agreement of treatment goals. So one, we are responsible to the commissioning care group that we achieve clinical outcomes for the technology that we move people onto. But equally, and I think more importantly, I think it's really important for the person that's using the new technology that they have their own treatment goals and their own realistic expectations of what that therapy is going to provide for them. Next slide, please. So part of our motto, if you like, as part of the Diabetes Technology Network, which I'm a committee member of, is that really in every consultation with a person with type 1 diabetes, we should be thinking, does this person meet the criteria of insulin pump therapy? Well, I'm going to adjust that slightly, and I'm going to say, well, actually, in every consultation with someone with type 1 diabetes, we should be thinking, which technology pathway do they currently meet? Next slide, please. Because in this day and age, we've actually got a vast array of technologies now available to us, far more than what we ever had 5, 10, 15 years ago. And I really do now think it's about finding the right technology for the right person. And again, not being scared of that technology. You know, part of our drive as part of the DTN and part of my drive as a nurse is the benefits that patients come back to us when they say, actually, this has been life-changing for us. Next slide, please. And Evie, you're going to have to click a couple of times. There's a few pictures that's going to come up. So when we're talking about, well, which technology is going to be available, we're going to start on the left-hand side, which is our bolus calculators. So I'm a great believer in that anyone with type 1 diabetes, they should be using their self-management skills and incorporating a bolus calculator, whether that be via a meter or via their mobile phone. Then we've also got, which some of you may be aware of on the bottom right, is we've got the Libre sensors. So again, we're looking to have Libre 2 available at the beginning of next year. We've also got CGM or continuous glucose monitors. We've got insulin pumps, which we've already heard about, that can sometimes incorporate the information from a continuous glucose monitor. In the future, and I think this is kind of the near future, we're going to have connected pens. So for those patients and people with diabetes who aren't on insulin pumps, we're going to have pens that are talking to the bolus calculators and advising and giving advice with regards to the dosage that they may need to be given. And one more click, please. And in the future, which again, I think is quite exciting and quite scary, we've got to see what it does, but we're actually going to have apps that are going to use artificial intelligence. So they're going to have links to either the connected pens or Libre or CGM, and it's going to advise and possibly take over the diabetes management and at least hopefully reduce some of the burden. Next slide, please. So we've already seen the technology pathway. So this was a technology pathway that was published in 2018. It was part of a collaboration of the Diabetes Technology Network, Diabetes UK and NHS England. And we've already heard the idea of this pathway was really to pull together current technology guidelines into one common pathway to facilitate access, to get more access to people with type 1 diabetes. Next click, please. But where I think this really does help, so in practice, for example, we've got the monotherapy, which is single technology use, and we've got insulin pump therapy, flash glucose monitoring such as Libre, and we've got continuous glucose monitoring such as the Medtronic sensors or Dexcom sensors. And I think where this pathway really does help, it means that people with type 1 diabetes can be assessed according to need. So for example, the first line of this pathway is really flash glucose monitoring. But if, however, I see somebody in clinic who's having problematic hypos or even severe hypos needing paramedic call-outs, I don't need to go to flash glucose monitoring. I can move them straight over to continuous glucose monitoring or insulin pump therapy, depending on where we think the problem lies with regards to their management that could be causing the problems with hypoglycemia. Next slide, please. So we have got the technology available to us, and I would really say to people, you know, reach out to that technology. You know, it is quite exciting. I do think there is technology available to everyone, although we have heard that the restrictions that are present, but slowly but surely the access to technology is improving. So we need to think that if we are about to start new technology, what are the keys to success? Next click, please. And I'm not going to go through all of these, but I think, you know, given the world that we're in now at the moment, environment, for example, is really important, given the fact that even today we're kind of virtually connecting. It's really important to ensure that we've got the equipment to be able to do that and the right resources, the right space to do that, the right quiet space, particularly if we're taking on new education. We've got support. Now, I think that's really important, given not only the support that you should be getting from your diabetes service, but if you are taking on new technology and you are doing that virtually, that actually you could have more support in your home. For the first time ever, it could be that you can have more of your family or carers in the same room with you, receiving that education at the same time. It's really important that you have a very clear aim and goal of what you want to get from that technology to see whether it has been a success for you. You've got the right time, the right dedicated time outside of crazy life to dedicate that time to ensure that that new technology is going to give you the benefits that it should be giving you. Have you got also the right expectations? Have you had the opportunities to ask the right questions, to explore that new technology and to find out if that is going to be the right technology for you? Have you got confidence in the product? You know, there is no point moving forward to a new diabetes technology if you don't trust in what it's going to do, or your healthcare professionals do not have confidence in that product. So again, that might need more research and more preparation. And again, training is really important, particularly if we're going to be doing a lot of this training now virtually, that we have the right training packages that are individual to people's individual needs. Next slide, please. So again, it's about setting out the right expectations and realistic targets. We know that any new technology, as it does in any walks of life, brings its own challenges, routines, and benefits. But what are going to be the expectations? What are going to be the challenges and burdens for you? We know that it can take 6 months to get things right. So my plea to you always is kind of hang in there and shout if it's not working for you. During the first phase, it is going to need more effort and commitment. And that's often to establish new routines because you have to adapt things slightly. And it's really important, as I've said, to break things up into realistic targets to avoid early resignation and write them out clearly for yourself and your team so that when things do get tough or you're having a bad day, you can look back and say, well, actually, this is where I am now. Today's not been great, but this is how far I've come. Next slide, please. And I don't need to preach to this audience here that diabetes devices don't take the diabetes away, but I think the expectations that sometimes there is on the devices that they are going to change everything, that sometimes their expectations can be too high. And it really is to kind of say that, yes, there's lots of clinical benefits that we can get from diabetes devices, such as the quality of life, but that does go hand in hand with really strong self-management skills, which really is still the cornerstone of diabetes, and certainly until that technology improves. Next slide, please. So new diabetes devices offer the chance for improvement in glycemic control and also safety in everyday life, as well as quality of life. But, and if you can click again, we need to discuss the pros and cons of the different technologies according to your needs. Important to be able to express your feelings of fear, insecurity, stress, or reluctance for that device and have them addressed. So it's really important that time is given for that. make sure that it's you that really wants to use this new diabetes device, that you're not feeling pressured from either your healthcare professional, your partner, or your parents. Are you in the right place for starting new technology, both emotionally and physically? Next click, please. As I said, ensure that you've got enough time, both not just for onboarding the new technology, but also before that to ensure that you're making well-rounded decisions for the positives and negatives of that device, and discuss your readiness to start. Discuss the social support that's available or coaching, and also have you had the opportunity to share experience with other people with diabetes that are using those devices, whether that be face-to-face, via websites, social media, or videos. And I do ask you all to think of the possible barriers and downsides, and have a plan to deal with them. So if we've got a plan, we're actually then more prepared. We've got our toolkit ready, we're more prepared for those events to happen, and actually they don't then cause us much anxiety and stress as what we fear. Next slide, please. So virtual consultations, whether we like it, they're here to stay really. And you know, there's a big push from healthcare professionals at the moment to ensure that not too much is pushed over to virtual consultations, but actually it does have its place within as a care provider within the service that we do provide. So the positives is it is convenient. You know, it is often convenient for the majority of people. I believe it does often provide a little bit more support. So I've already said about the support that people can have in their own homes with more people around them to take on board that education. But I also think you can link to more people without travel. So you can have your healthcare professional or educator linked into that virtual consultation, but you can also have maybe a psychologist that's supporting you with your diabetes management. Or you could have one of our industry partners as part of that call as well. So I do think it does provide more support, particularly without travel. I do also think the recording of virtual consultations, I believe these sessions are being recorded today. So, you know, we're all human and we can only take on board so much information at one point. So the fact that it's recorded means that in your own time, you can go back and look at the advice or the education that was given, or you can show it to somebody else. Preparation, I think it also does provide better preparation for onboarding a new technology. I know certainly where we are, we're looking at new pathways, ensuring that everyone's got education written down, so it's being delivered in slightly a different way. So I do think that there is a very positive move forward in making sure that the right information and the right education and the right preparation is there for virtual consultations. On the negative side, I think sometimes there's possibly going to be too much preparation and maybe too much time needed. I don't think virtual consultations are necessarily quicker. I think if anything, they actually take as long, if not longer sometimes. And I think when we're looking at using virtual consultations for onboarding with new technology, I think there does have to be precautions and maybe more safety checks needed for the particularly more advanced technologies such as insulin pump therapy. So if you're starting insulin pump therapy for the first time. And for me, I'm a very touchy human, emotional maybe person. I miss those non-verbal cues that we often get from each other. So people may pick them up from me as an educator and vice versa from the person that's receiving the education. And we also know that virtual consultations is not suitable for everyone, but I think it has opened a lot of doors in the diabetes world. If you can do the next click for me, Evie. So already, and I know at King's we were offering already virtual consultations, but we didn't have the right platform to deliver them. And suddenly in this pandemic, we've got brilliant platforms for delivering diabetes consultations. During this pandemic as well, we've actually onboarded more people on Libra virtually than what we had done prior to this. Daphne, which is a structured education, is now being delivered remotely and being rolled out across the country. Pump upgrades as well are now being delivered remotely, again allowing more access to more people. CGM starts are now also being delivered remotely. And also we've got pump starts with a pathway that's currently being developed to be delivered remotely. And we've also got webinars that again are going to be delivered for educational needs. Next click, please. And I'm just going to touch on some of the resources that are available. So this, as part of the Diabetes Technology Network, we've actually looked at developing videos and webinars for not only healthcare professionals, but also users, so you can understand more of what those arrows mean and what to do with the Libre if you're on an insulin pump or managing exercise. Next click, please. As Alistair has already pointed out, we've been in collaboration with Gluco, which is the platform for Tyson, so that again, people with type 1 diabetes and healthcare professionals can have webinars, videos in relation to continuous glucose monitoring in pregnancy, sensor augmented pumps, flash glucose monitoring, as we've mentioned, insulin pump therapy, blood glucose meters, and virtual consultations. So there is a lot of these resources and self-management education material available. Next click, please. As Kings ourselves, we've just developed this resource pack, which was really there to support our people with type 1 diabetes in between appointments. So the page that I've picked is clinic preparation and downloads. This is available via the link. At the moment, it's had over 1,000 downloads. And again, it's important that even though this is King specific, that it can be shared across the country as well, what we are all doing. Next click, please. And if I've just got the last minute, I'm just going to touch a little bit on time in range. So a lot of you are going to start to hear about the new goal for glycemic management, which is time in range. And the idea is that we maximize our time between 3.9 and 10 millimoles per litre. Next click. And that's going to be without hyperglycemia. Next click, please. And it's really important that, you know, achieving a good HbA1c doesn't necessarily always mean good glycemic controls. We can see from the pictures here. You know, the patients whose graphs these are from had actually very different glucose profiles. And so often, although the HbA1c can come into target, the person with diabetes can still be having problematic fluctuations or hyperglycememia. And the idea of time in range is that it incorporates all of this, the average glucose, including variability, into one number. Next click, please. And this is what you're going to find. So when you download your blood glucose meter or your CGM machine or your insulin pump, there are going to be internationally recognized ranges. And the range for somebody with type 1 and type 2 diabetes is to have time in range between 3.9 and 10 millimoles per litre. And we're aiming for over 70% of that time, with less than 5% below that target. Next click, please. And we do know that there is evidence that shows that this does relate to HbA1c. So you're often going to find both of these numbers as quite crucial as part of your diabetes consultation. And my feedback from people with diabetes in clinic has been that these are more realistic and more tangible and easier to understand. So a couple of the comments that I've picked up in clinic, one gentleman said, at 60%, I only need to find 10%, easy. Another person said 75%, and he kind of sat back in his chair. And he didn't quite say wow, but he kind of went 18 hours within target and was quite impressed with himself. Another person, 3%, and they were still very much, well, that's still 1 hour, over 1 hour that I'm hypo per day. And their aim and their goal was to try and reduce that. Next slide, please. And again, I think it's really important that time in range is used for motivation. We get rid of all the good, bad tests that we're looking to get as much time in range as possible. We know that all readings are not perfect. We know it is inevitable that glucose are going to be out of range, and that is nobody's fault. And it's really important that that language is conveyed in clinic when it's being used. Next slide, please. And I think we're finally at questions.
Okay, thank you very much, Geraldine. A quick pickup here on some of the stuff that's coming through on Twitter, etc., etc. I've got my man on the ground in Newport, Mr. Diabetes, who's feeding back that there's a little bit of issue with some of the questions. We will answer them all in due course. We've got an awful lot of people coming in at the moment, and there's been a team of people going through them. We will be coming back to all of you, so don't worry about that at all. And some of the ones we'll be feeding through later on in the day, so we will be coming back to you. And thanks, Mr. Diabetes, very much appreciated there. Now, of course, as we move forward, Geraldine, again, is, as it turns out, this is purely one of those things, is also the DSN who's advising Charlotte, our new type 1 lead, about managing her diabetes. We thought it'd be really good for Charlotte might be able to catch up and have a few questions to Geraldine, as they're both here and they both know each other. And again, Charlotte has been going through the Q&A, so some of the stuff will be coming out from that as well. So hitting two birds with one stone. Thanks very much. Take care now.
Thanks, Di, and thanks, Geraldine. I could listen to you for ages and ages. Thank you for putting it all into quite a condensed format.
I could talk for ages and ages.
I think we both could. This is probably the problem. Yeah, and a very happy World Diabetes Day to you as well, and to all of the wonderful nurses who I've had the privilege of being cared for over the years. So thanks. Just wanted to pick up on some of the things you talked about earlier around the future. So it was quite interesting talking about the pens and what might be coming in terms of apps linking into insulin pens. But, you know, what might people expect in the maybe short term? You know, we've heard conversations around short-term pump trials and various things like that when it comes to technology.
I think what people are going to expect is more choice. There is a big drive, and I know that the previous session talked about access to available technology and sometimes being hindered in not having the full access to that technology. And I think there is actually a big drive, and I know there's it's one of the NHS England goals moving forward is to improve access and to get rid of postcode lottery. So I think what people are going to find is more choice. But when you've got more choice, it's then harder to choose, I think, also. So again, I think it's then keeping up to date with where technology, because it does move really quickly, but also linking on to kind of websites and resources that are available. With regards to trials of technology, I've got to say, if we're talking about access to technology, I think trials could actually hinder or burden some of that. As a service provider, if I was to provide a trial prior to the actual access of the choice, I think it's really important to have choice, don't get me wrong, but let's say someone was undecided about which pump to move on to, and they wanted to trial this pump for 1 month and maybe another pump, to actually be able to provide that safely is going to be really, really difficult with the resources that we've got. And I think that's where we've got to reach out to our industry partners, because I think the 4U warranty creates a lot of that issue. But I also think that they are looking at technology such as simulator apps, where you can have apps on your phone which will mimic what you will see on the pump or CGM system. So I think keep an eye out for that side of things. Trials, I know, is being discussed along with the warranty period. And keep an eye out on what resources are available as well.
Yeah, that's a really good point about the apps. The Tandem T-Slim does have a simulator app. I know it's definitely on the iOS system. So if anyone wanted to see what the Tandem T-Slim pump looks like, they can download the app and sort of get that simulated screen, which is quite useful. It's obviously not 100% the same, but it's nice to get a feel of what it's going to look like. So yeah, thanks very much for that. Going back to the topic of education, you know, both of us probably have a similar mindset in terms of education in self-management of type 1 diabetes, and that's quite fundamental for just managing type 1 in general. But then we also have education around tech. So they go together, but they're also quite separate. You talked a little bit about the resources available. How can we get that education around diabetes technology to the people? What can we do as a community to bring that to people?
So in some respects, I'm going to throw this back at you, because it's days like Diabetes UK days, the type 1 technology days like today, which advise people of what is available out there. So we have got, as both myself and Alistair have said, the academy that's going to be available via Diasend. And the idea of that is it's not going to be available just for the King's patients or Oxford patients, or, you know, anyone with type 1 diabetes can log in and register, and then have access to all of the self-management education, which actually by Dyson doesn't just include technology. It also includes management around exercise, and a lot of it is underpinned by structured education principles such as Daphne. So I think days like today, in shouting out about what is available, because we're great at kind of putting good ideas and listening to you guys, and you guys advising us of what you need and putting little projects together. We're not so good at publicising and promoting and getting things out there for people to know. And I think that collaboration with DIASEM, which is, you know, often used in all clinics across the country, is going to be really beneficial. And it also means your healthcare professional is getting the same education as well.
Absolutely. So I think the moral of that answer is, you as healthcare professionals, industry, us as Diabetes UK and the community need to work all together in the theme of World Diabetes Day, and so that everyone gets the access to education, everyone gets access to technology as well.
Really, really important.
Yeah, so thanks very much for your time. I really appreciate it. We could go on forever, we can assure you we could. So thanks very much everyone for listening. We will be answering questions either today or in an email after the event.
Really happy to kind of answer questions that come in, so it's not an issue at all.
Yeah, absolutely. Well, thanks very much, Geraldine, and thanks very much everyone for your time. See you. Bye.
Bye. Bye. Bye. Bye.
Hi, sorry, you're stuck with me again now. A quick note. Some of the questions coming in, quite a lot of questions coming in about access to tech. I appreciate this is a real hassle, because, you know, what good is it if it's out there and you can't get your hands on it? And again, you know, certainly in Wales, you know, the Diabetes UK Cymru office will help you as much as we can with access. We actually deal with healthcare professionals. We support healthcare professionals within the health boards they work in. I was interviewing the other day for a post to Diabetes UK Cymru, and one of the lasses I interviewed said to me, "Well, I remember you helped me get a pump when I was a teenager, and it really made a difference." That really, you know, that makes it all worthwhile, basically. So if we can help you, I'm sure colleagues from JDRF and colleagues across the GUK offices across the UK be more than happy to help and advise. Okay, you're really being spoiled today. You know, I saw our next guest speaking at a conference several years back. She's an expert in paediatric diabetes. I've got a keen interest in that because of my son. I've been trying to get her here ever since. I was thrilled this year to get her. Megan is a champion of the importance of psychology in type 1 diabetes. Is really rising at the moment, which is really good. She's been really innovative in using technology to this end in her clinics. So, ladies and gentlemen, friends, Dr. Megan.
Thank you so much, Di, and I'm really honoured to be asked to talk today on World Diabetes Day with Diabetes UK. So I was asked to talk to the audience about supporting children and families with diabetes technology and introducing social media into your own diabetes services. So here it is. And I was quite fascinated by the earlier talks about how many people, or more than 50%, for example, was trying to access diabetes tech in the last 10 years, and this had been refused. I was actually even more surprised that people were waiting 2 to 3 years for their pump initiations. And I hope at the end of my talk, it would empower you to work with your diabetes teams to improve these statistics. Here are my affiliations, and I have no conflict of interest. So I'm going to start with back in 2008, where the King's Fund Technology in the NHS advocated increasing the use of related technologies in healthcare. 4 out of 5 people in the UK access internet at home, and social media is rapidly growing in its influence. But somehow we are noticing that our NHS is relatively slow to adopt these related technologies into our healthcare. Is it a lack of investment, or is it a lack of clinical leadership? We've also seen that in the past 10 years, there's been an absolute diabetes technology explosion. There's been pumps 10 years ago that should be actually rising in its initiation. There's been CGMs, Libras, download platforms, you name it. It's really important for people with diabetes, families with diabetes, to be aware of NICE guidelines as well. Specifically, I've put here NICE guideline NG18. In its specific section, it says that children and young people should be offered a choice of insulin delivery systems. Basically, if you feel that the pump is for you, you should have that discussion with your diabetes teams, and you should be getting it. That's as simple as that. In my own service, we probably start a pump from discussion to actually having the pump on the young child within 2 to 4 weeks. So it's a long way off 2 to 3 years, where I heard earlier. We also know that diabetes technology and social media is on the rise. Here we are today, meeting over 1,000 people online, and we're creating diabetes opportunities to improve diabetes care, diabetes research, and to provide peer support and advocacy. We asked some patients, parents, carers, children, what diabetes technology means to them. And I'm not going to read them all out, but you can see that parents want access and information to diabetes technology, such as insulin pumps, and to have appropriate education to be given. Parents also want diabetes teams to be informative, and Geraldine beautifully talked about how teams should be patients' advocates, giving the correct education and information at every clinic. Parents and patients and healthcare professionals also want easy platforms to be able to download trends, such as from their pumps, their CGM, or their Libras. The child has said that they don't want to worry about hypos and corrections all the time. Some have said they want to have the ability to loop and a better quality of life, and all want clinics to be more collaborative and for support so that technology can be used easier. Alistair earlier talked about challenges of tech and barriers to tech, and actually they are very well researched in publications. These can be down to unfamiliarity, lack of time, lack of knowledge, and I'm talking about lack of time, lack of knowledge from both sides. Could be the patients, parents, carers, as well as the healthcare professionals. Sometimes there's lack of trust or skepticism, lack of access, and lack of IT support. So here we have multiple barriers to integrating tech into your routine diabetes care. I put this slide up because this was actually only recently presented at the International Society of Paediatric Diabetes. We're in several of the committees, and the type 1 diabetes exchange data shows that while there's been an increase in pump therapy and CGM use between 2010 to 2012 globally, compared to the 2016 to 2018, we're seeing a worsening of the HbA1c glycemic outcomes. Again, why is that? It's almost a technology paradox, isn't it? But then again, we talk about diabetes tech fatigue, which is quite real. These are certain quotes taken from some publications where it's noted that diabetes can still be draining. I wish I didn't have this going on all the time. Are we replacing the fear of hypos with data overload? And studies have shown that CGM can decline over time, where less than 50% of individuals using CGM, more than 70% of the time is occurring, and by 1 year, only 41% had discontinued use altogether. The Diabetes Hands Foundation has a lovely diagram here with the blue circle and a tiny little sliver, which shows that 99.9% of people with diabetes are looking after their own diabetes, and healthcare professionals are only helping them manage it 0.1% of the time. We really want the perfect diabetes self-management tech companion, don't we? We want all these factors, easy to use, personalize with mental health support, education, be affordable, have goal settings, be interactive, make it fun, and have the peer support and be engaging. Does it exist? Well, it can. This is how a pathway that my own team have undertaken in order to incorporate technology, social media, and mental health and solution focus towards our tech journey. Healthcare professionals and patient groups could familiarize themselves with social media, #SoMe and #tech on your Twitters and Instagrams. You could be that comfortable, silent Twitter lurker or the Instagram, Facebook follower without having to do anything. Literally familiarize. Professionals and teams should get your IT and information governance on board using platforms that can assist and support your families. Tyson, Clarity, LibreView, Typepool, all these platforms are actually on my desktop in clinic. We don't have one single platform at the moment. That would be wonderful if one day we could have a social media and tech champion in your teams who are willing to learn. Then share these goals with your team. And on that important right-hand box, work in partnership with your patient support groups. This is Jamie here, who works with my team, and the Lancelots is our regional children's and families diabetes club, and we have very frequent meetings with our patient and family groups to improve our diabetes service. Because working together to build a good diabetes service isn't just about the diabetes teams, it's about everyone, down to the families, down to the psychologists, down to the advocates, and also the healthcare professionals. I presented this at the last Diabetes UK Mary McKinnon Award, and it showed our own experience of our tech, social media, and solution-focused journey. And you can see that it was a 10-year journey that started off from using a platform such as Tyson in clinics. All our teams are trained on solution-focused training with the key psychologist, Dominic Bray, who is part of our core diabetes membership. We established Facebook back in 2013. We then had a team WhatsApp. We started Skype clinics in between face-to-face clinics in 2017. We had our team Twitter several years ago, and we have a team Instagram last year, and had also started using Typepool. Whilst our vision is quite different to our reality, our goals are still the same. We reached our goals, and you can see that our diabetes HbA1c national paediatric audit had significant improvements over the last 10 years. But these are just some examples of our initiatives that would incorporate technology, as well as face-to-face structured education within our service. Importantly, previous talks talked about language matters, solution-focused concepts, and this is what our team ethos is. While we can have all the diabetes tech in the world, the important thing is that patients and families are supported, are understood, and are listened to. For healthcare professional teams who are listening in, praise the children and families, notice and celebrate even the smallest success. Remember that blood glucose data has no good or bad in it. And I was talking to Rosie Walker recently about her trying to improve language matters document for NHS England. This is such an important thing because going to a clinic to get your HbA1c is not a report card. It's also not a test center. Problem solve together, encourage solutions and ideas together. Be interested in what matters. Even if your patient loves to play Pokemon on every clinic, and that's what I do. He brings 500 cards to clinic, and I have about 20 cards which I take from my son, and we'll have a game of Pokemon. Help your families discuss how to communicate. You might even assist them in resolving disagreements within the families. Individualize their care and honestly be honest, be sincere, and listen. Kids can tell. Both Alistair and Geraldine talked about time in range previously, and whilst it's a new concept that is an international consensus guide, we recently created the Ormskirk model, which can be downloaded to help you understand your time in range in relation to your HbA1c, but also help you understand and give you supportive questions for your families and for your teams to use. So this is freely downloaded via NHS England or through the Diabetes on the Net website, and is in 24 languages, including in Welsh, thanks to Di recently, and has been used in several countries. So current online diabetes self-management tools do exist, and these are some examples. Discuss with your teams what works for you. And for the teams, be aware. Don't be an ostrich and put your head in the sand. Diabetes tech is here to stay. 80% of internet users now use health information online. Social media can provide opportunities to good information online. Therefore, recommend sites, articles, blogs that are useful. And whilst the COVID-19 pandemic has seen a surge of telehealth technology in diabetes care, we are all using telemedicine, videos, telephone clinics, and implementing download platforms to share. It's important that we also support our families in how to use these technology. The right-hand side is the children's version of ABCD, which is the ACDC, and I chair this. And again, this website is free to access with every guideline nationally for diabetes in there, and all the leaflets associated with the CGMs and Libras are also free to download. So the future of diabetes tech is interesting and exciting. It's changing the practice of diabetes management. Nature has published recently that an artificial intelligence can actually support a patient journey in adjusting basal rates, adjusting insulin carb ratios, and even insulin sensitivity factors using very clever algorithms. And that might be the future. So in summary, I hope that I've given you a real snapshot of how technology and social media are tools to improve diabetes management. It's important for you to have your discussions with your healthcare professionals and your diabetes teams, and for healthcare professionals to have that knowledge of what diabetes tech is out there so that you can support your patients and your families. Remember that not all systems are suitable, and individualizing approach is really important. Be aware that choice of diabetes tech such as CGM, pumps, Libras should not be limited. And I've given you an example with your NICE guidelines for children, and discuss and develop actions together. Importantly, educate and support while embracing diabetes tech. So this is our team philosophy, which is the willingness to constantly pursue small improvements one step at a time. And I just want to thank my team, and hopefully questions later or through Di. So thank you again for this invite.
Thank you, May. That was terrific. It's wonderful. I told you she's going to be good. There she was. Proved me right for once in my life. May, thank you very, very much indeed. I'm going to have to move us on because we're getting a little bit behind at the moment. It's mainly due to Charlotte, he says, blaming somebody close at hand. Like, thank you, May. Fantastic. Now, again, a lot of things that May said there rang true. One of which, of course, was the fact that, having that type 1 for a long time, it's a wearing condition to have. And I just wanted to remind you there's some fantastic literature out there, one written by Dr. Rose Stewart, who'll be speaking to you later on, called Diabetes Burnout, type 1 Burnout. That's in a Talking Type 1 series of booklets, and it really is good. And it goes across the range of ages. I've seen people using it. It's a very, very helpful book. Again, as we've said, social media, again, is not only a great equalizer, but that can also be a great source of empowerment. And a lot of people can get support from the type 1 community via that means. Hang on a sec. I think I feel a poll coming on. Now let's have a look now. Let's ask about social media. We're used to talking about the usual CGM and things of that kind. How many of you think of social media as tech out there? That's one question. And the second one is, how often do you indeed use social media for advice or support? And again, out there are a lot of people out there online, and one needs to be careful with this, but lots of some very, very good sources. We'll be hearing a bit more about this later on in the day. It'd be interesting to see what you feel about this, because from my perspective, I think in many ways, social media, the internet, what have you, is as important, if not more important, than some of the more traditional things, because it gives you a source of ongoing advice and information, and that's key to managing type 1 diabetes. A very good friend of mine, Paul Kirker, once said, information is the difference between life and death with type 1. So you've really got to know what you're doing, and there's an awful lot of advice to help you keep the answers coming through, which is, indeed, again, we're a split here, pretty split lot out there today. We've got roughly a little more of you don't think of it as tech, and so, but again, think of it in terms of what it can bring to you. A terrific amount of stuff there. And yes, again, looking at this stuff, a lot of people use social media for advice or support, which again is interesting. So there you go, folks. Some more feedback from your good selves there. And we've got a hell of an audience here today. So I'll start moving. We're going to catch up a little bit of time here. And again, this morning, we've heard an awful lot. We've picked up quite a lot about tech, what it can offer, how you go about choosing it, getting the right fit for you, and some of the novel uses we talked about, social media, etc. One thing about tech is getting the right fit for you, because at the end of the day, when you do get new tech, it's going to last you for a number of years. If you imagine it's having the wrong glasses, you got to get the right stuff. And again, as I've said, that's where social media discuss what's right with you, because the real experts out there are the users at the end of the day. They can talk to you a little bit about your lifestyle and give you a little bit of advice as to what would best work for yourself, and really think it through there. Again, a lot of resources on the various websites at Diabetes UK and the JJRF to help you with that process. Now, normally in the real world, I'll be hassling you off for a sandwich. You could then grumble about the food, queue up and scramble to get a glimpse of some tech, etc., etc. Well, I'm not doing that today. You're at home, so we're going to give you a quick 5 minutes just to nip out, get yourself a sandwich, nip to the loo if you need to, and then sit down, and we'll actually bring those tech companies to you in the comfort of your lounge. Okay, so you have 5 minutes now. I'll catch you in 5. We'll start talking to our sponsors. Off you go now. Don't drop any crumbs on the furniture. Take care. Okay, folks. That'll teach me to try to pack crisps in a short period of time. I'm covered in crumbs, almost choking, but there you go, back in one piece. Just been checking through some of the stuff coming through on the Q&A here. Just wanted to reassure you, we're not dismissing anyone at all. Quite simply, we've got so many of you out there that it's kind of clogging things up, so we're having to, we just need to move things on really to create some space there. We are printing out all the stuff that's coming through from you. I promise you we'll get back to you next week. We can also, all the speakers are quite happy for us to set where the questions are specific, to come back to them there. And again, it's one thing that came through me, but bear me, I can read this one out. This is from a lady called Barbara Brooke, who dropped us a line just now. It's a lovely line. It says, how lovely it was to hear Professor Ng talk about children's diabetes and not criticizing. I've been a diabetic since 1959, and as a child, I always felt I was not quite good enough. Bless you. That is absolute rubbish. I mean, type 1 has got nothing. We've all got something. I mean, type 1 is a hell of a thing to live with. As I've said to you before, the fact that you managed, massive respect there. Not only you're not good enough, you're a damn sight better than most other folks. So just take that with you at the moment. Right, put your hand down again. If you're all sitting comfortably, right, let's get on to the tech companies. So you can find a bit about what's out there at the moment and what's coming up. Now again, today we've got 3 tech companies joining us, the 3 big ones to be honest, because those are the guys that most of you can access: Abbott, Medtronic and Dexcom. Each will tell you a little bit about the kit, what they've got at the moment, their plans for the future. And again, we'll be keeping an eye on your question. We'll put them to you after. We can go back to these companies to clarify these points, and we will get back to you to reassure you on that. But before I go in, introduce the Abbott spokesperson, I'd like to tell you a little bit here, because the first one is Abbott, as we've said, and Libra came out of the scene a few years back, and it really broke the mold from all points of view. I was at when it first came out, I was at a Wales Paediatric network meeting. That's a meeting for all the families and the healthcare professionals looking at paediatrics, etc. And one of the parents there that is self-funded told us all about what Libra could do, etc., because we were all in awe there. And one consultant, not the kind of people we've got here today, said rather grandiosely, well, he said, it's all very well having this Libra, but who taught you how to use it? Of course, the mum replied, it came with instructions. We read those, of course. Ah, the consultant persisted, but who interpreted the results for you? And the mum responded again. She had a child with diabetes for over 5 years. She's quite capable of doing this for herself. So it's been a real game changer, a real leveler. We've come a long way since then. And by now we're all familiar with seeing the telltale sensor on a stranger's arm in the summer, in the gym, or even on a podium whilst they're governing the country. Come on, get some respect there. If you can be Prime Minister and manage type 1, fair play, you're doing something. Far from daft, But so the effect of Libra has been palpable. It's freed people of all ages to get on with their lives and have a better quality of life at that, and a much better understanding of their condition to boot. And of course, it's not just people with type 1, it's the carers and parents who've also benefited. I'm much happier that my son Sam, who's now 30 and living in London, but he's still my son. But knowing he's got a Libra on, especially during these challenging times with COVID, honestly, it helps me to sleep at night, it helps him to sleep at night. It's a game changer all around. Now, I can see Sam looking a bit worried down there. So before I steal any more of his time and get us going back at more than we are already, Sam from Abbott, take it away.
Thank you very much, Di, and thank you for the introduction. It's always so nice and encouraging to hear how technology is changing people's lives. So thanks for having me along, and happy World Diabetes Day to everybody who's attending. Over the next 10 to 15 minutes, I'm just going to do a short talk about flash glucose monitoring, how it can support in the management of diabetes, and also some exciting news in terms of some new updates, what's coming. So next slide, please. So the Freestyle Libre system is designed to replace blood glucose monitoring in the self-management of diabetes. And here you can see it's made up of 3 main components, the system itself. So on the left-hand side, you can see the small sensor, which is designed to be worn on the back of the upper arm and last for 14 days. So this is the clever bit. This measures the interstitial glucose both day and night. So in order to get those glucose results, you perform a painless 1-second scan of a mobile phone or a reader over that sensor, and you'll be given your current glucose readings. So here we can see on this example, that's 6.2. You also get a trend arrow indicating the direction of travel your glucose is going. And then you also get your previous 8 hours worth of glucose history. Now this data can easily and automatically then be shared with the cloud-based management software, LibreView. So there's a range of different reports that can be viewed in LibreView by both patients as well as healthcare professionals. Next slide, please. So the Freestyle Libre system offers a complete glycemic picture to help patients and clinicians make more informed diabetes management decisions. So for people with diabetes, the Freestyle Libre is convenient, easy to use, and removes the need for routine finger prick testing. Having the full glycemic picture makes it easier to understand the impact of medication, food, activity has on glucose patterns, and this further promotes self-management. From a clinician's perspective, access to the standardized glucose reports provides the comprehensive information that's needed to make informed disease management decisions, and also to support further dialogue between the patient and the healthcare professional. Next slide, please. So here we can see the digital health ecosystem, which supports connected care through sharing glucose data. So for anybody that wants the convenience and the ease of managing their glucose or checking their glucose levels with their mobile phone, you can do this simply by downloading the LibraLink mobile phone app. And this is available on both Android and Apple devices. So if you're using the LibraLink mobile phone app, data will automatically be shared with LibraView, which is the cloud-based management system. So to view your data in LibraView, you can log on with your personal account. And it's also possible, if you connect to the team at the hospital, that whenever you scan with your mobile phone, they'll also be able to see your data at the hospital in the hospital's LibraView account. So that's something which healthcare professionals are encouraging to do, particularly at the moment during the COVID-19 pandemic, to share that data remotely. Now, for people using the LibraLink app, it's also possible to share your glucose data and your scanned results with up to 20 individuals, so friends, family members, carers, for instance, by inviting them to connect with you through the LibraLink app, mobile phone app. And what this means is whenever you scan with your mobile phone, people that are linked to you with the LibraLink app will also receive a notification of your glucose readings. So this just provides further peace of mind. Next slide, please. So glucose monitoring using the Freestyle Libre system can really support remote management of diabetes during the COVID-19 pandemic and beyond that. So through sharing the standardized glucose reports generated by the Freestyle Libre system, it really enables healthcare professionals to conduct remote consultations and, importantly, to have all that information at their fingertips, to have informed discussions and informed management decisions. Next slide, please. So in terms of UK real-world experience, the Association of British Clinical Diabetologists have been conducting a nationwide Freestyle Libre audit since 2017. So data from the audit was published in Diabetes Care in July of this year, which included user data from 102 NHS centres and over 10,000 patients. So findings demonstrated that the Freestyle Libre system was associated with significant improvements in glycemic control as measured by HbA1c, significant improvements in hypoglycemia awareness as measured by GOLD score, reductions in diabetes distress, and also reductions in diabetes-related hospital admissions. So hyperglycemia, DKA, as well as hypoglycemia. And then on the right-hand side, you can see Freestyle Libre system was also associated with patient-reported reductions in hypoglycemia as well. So I know Alistair touched on this earlier, but this is really encouraging to see that in the real world, people using the Freestyle Libre, it is really supporting that self-management of diabetes. So what's coming next? So we've got some exciting news for you with regards to the Freestyle Libre 2 system. So it's coming to the UK, which I'm now just going to give a very short overview of what to expect and what it looks like. So here we have the Freestyle Libre 2 system, and it's very much flash glucose monitoring. It's very similar to the current version of Freestyle Libre as you know it. So it still involves a small sensor to be worn on the back of the upper arm, which lasts for 14 days. And you still have to perform a painless 1-second scan of the mobile phone or a reader to get your glucose information. Again, it still has very easy to read and understand reports such as time and range, low glucose events, snapshot reports, etc. And these can also easily be shared with your healthcare professionals. So in terms of what's different, so I'm pleased to say that the Freestyle Libre 2 has improved accuracy, which means there's no longer a requirement for finger prick tests. So this means you can use your scanned results for dosing of insulin during times of rapidly changing glucose levels, as well as high and low glucose levels as well. However, just like any sensing technology, If your symptoms don't match with how you feel and what the sensor's telling you, then that's the time you would have to perform a finger prick test, just for that reassurance. The Freestyle Libre 2 also comes with optional glucose alarms for those who need them. So the alarms are preset off, but they're very easy to turn on for patients that need the alarms, and also very flexible and customizable. So there are 3 alarms. There's a low glucose alarm, a high glucose alarm, and also a signal loss alarm. Next slide, please. So in terms of availability for the Freestyle Libre 2 system, it has been approved to be prescribed from the 1st of November. However, it's really important to note that wide availability is not expected until January. And this is because the GP systems take time to be updated. So that's going on at the moment. So advice for anybody who wishes to use the Freestyle Libre 2 system is, if you speak to your healthcare professional team at your next routine appointment after January, then it will be widely available to everybody. So that concludes my presentation and my short talk. I hope you found it useful, and I'll hand back to you, Di, for any questions. Thank you very much for listening.
You got me on the hop there, young Sam. I'm sitting in.
Sorry, Di.
I'm looking like a buffet lunch table with Libre scattered with prawns and crisps and the like. Sorry about that. Okay, so what we're saying is the Libre 2, it's like it's same as Libre 1, same cost as Libre 1, bells and whistles, and basically talking about January next year, yeah?
Exactly, that's dead right, yes. Yeah, so it'll be widely available from January of next year. So we're advising that anybody that is interested to speak to your healthcare professionals at your next routine appointment from January, and then it'll be widely available to all.
Thank you, Sam. That's terrific. Okay, I've got a few questions coming in. I'll read one out to you here. Some of them are quite specific, and I'll bring those up with you later on. That's with the specifics of how the technology works, etc. But the one I'll ask you now is a fairly general one. It's from John Clifton, and he was saying that everyone is getting excited about the availability of Libre 2 next year. I've been using Libre 1 for 4 years, but Libre 3 and Libre Sense has just been announced. Why the delay in getting the latest tech to patients? Will Libre 3 be able to be incorporated into a closed loop? I currently use Libre 1 with Meow Meow on an open APS. So have you got the gist of that?
Yeah, no, that's a very good question, and Abbott are constantly striving to improve in technology and also make the technology available and accessible to everybody who would benefit. So currently in the UK, we've only just in the process of launching Freestyle Libre 2. So that's the main focus for the UK. In terms of further developments, I'm not too sure on availability, or unfortunately, I don't know the answer to that one. All the focus is on Freestyle Libre 2 from a UK perspective currently. But thank you very much for the question, though.
No problem at all. I've got another comment here. It's a comment more than a question or request even. It's from Jennifer Fish. And she's saying again, can Abbott please work on allowing users to get the reader and phone interchangeably, please? So can you get the reader and the phone interchangeably?
Yeah, so that now works. So you can scan with both the reader and the mobile phone.
Good man.
So you can scan with both, and that data will now merge in LibreView as well. So if you're viewing that data either in your personal LibreView account or the healthcare professionals that look after you in the hospital, if they're viewing the data in LibreView, that data will merge from both devices. If you are using if you do want to use both, you do have to scan with the reader first, and then you'll be able to scan with the mobile phone as well. So yes, the data does merge now.
Fantastic. Sam, thank you very, very much indeed. And thank you for Libre. That's great. Thank you.
Thank you for having me along. Enjoy your day, everybody.
Take care, Sam. Okay, now again, thinking about this, the problem is we all live in a bit of a diabetes bubble in some ways. We all know what Libre is. However, many of the higher-ups, acronym here, that's those in power who hold purse strings in the NHS, don't know much about diabetes. They've got a host of other things to be dealing with, and diabetes is often far too far down their list. You know this. This is where you guys come in, because this is important. I was in a meeting in one of the health boards in Wales, it's Powys for what it's worth, and a friend of mine, Bob, who's in his 70s, we're both talking with the CEO. Now, halfway through this meeting, Bob stopped, scanned his arm, and adjusted his pump. And Carol Shilbaugh, who's a lovely lady, she's the CEO at Powys, she said to him, excuse me, do you mind me asking, what are you doing? So Bob goes on to explain this is the best thing the health board had ever done for him. He'd been with Powys for a long time, but this really had changed his life. And since he'd had it, he was testing up to 30 times a day simply because he could. And he now knew much more about his type 1, and the whole condition was a lot easier. He was a lot happier and freer with the condition. Now, there's a lesson here about power, because the people that make the differences often don't know what we're talking about with tech. So please, it's not going to be wasting ink or time for you to drop a line to one of the higher ups, so to speak. You can easily find this out in your CCG, health board, or whatever part of the UK you live in, just to tell them how much tech changes your life. It's a really effective way, and patient stories are so strong. And following that meeting, Bob was hauled off to talk to the board at Powys to explain to them exactly what this was all about. I'm sure that this will influence the way that care it happens in these health boards or your CCGs or whatever. So please think about that. You guys are a dash sight more powerful than you think out there. Meanwhile, back at the conference, he says, not long after Samia, my son I've been talking about, was diagnosed, Anna, that's my wife, and I attended a JDRF event in Cardiff. And we were still pretty much in shock at this stage. And we heard a guy called Roman Harkova. Now, he's a wonderful scientist. He's based in Cambridge. He was explaining the gist of what at that time was referred to as an artificial pancreas. We didn't know what this was, but it sounded wonderful. It sounded like the answer to all our problems, but also it sounded a little bit like science fiction. It wasn't that accessible. Now, this is a wee while back. So 15 years or so later on, Medtronic have actually brought this down from Earth. It's no longer in the realms of science fiction. And we've got Kath joining us from Medtronic, and Paula. Now, Paula lives just down the road from me in Abergavenny. Now, Abergavenny, for those who care, is one of the more tropical areas of Wales. So she'll probably turn up with sunglasses and the bathing suit. Over to you, Paula and Kath.
Thank you.
Thank you so much, Di. I'm not quite sure that Abergavenny or Herefordshire is very tropical today, mind. I don't know if you agree, Paula.
Indeed.
It's absolutely lovely to be with you all here today virtually, and we just want to give you some information and an update on the latest developments from Medtronic Diabetes. Next slide, please, Evie. We wanted to start just by giving you a little bit of background about the journey, really. Medtronic launched the first ever CGM-ready insulin pump with automatic shutoff in 2006. Some of you will have heard of the MiniMed VO. This was the first pump on the road to automation, really. But behind the scenes, Medtronic had already had more than 20 years experience with pump therapy and CGM to this point. So they've had quite a lot of knowledge base to back them up there. The VO, when used as a system with the CGM, enabled low glucose to suspend, which prevented severe hypos by shutting off the insulin. And then in 2015, the 640G insulin pump was launched. The additional technology that's in this device enables predictive low glucose to suspend. So this helps to prevent episodes of hypoglycemia from happening at all. So what it does is the technology is able to shut off the insulin flow when a low glucose level is predicted in the future, in 20 minutes in the future. Some of you may well be familiar with this technology as it is widely used across the UK today. Some of you might even be using it. It can help to really provide reassurance and protection against hypoglycemia for many people. The 670G was launched then in 2018, and this took us a step closer to the automation. But Medtronic is ultimately committed to closing the loop. So every single step in this journey is going to take us that little bit closer to that ultimate goal. Just last month, the latest step towards closed loop, the MiniMed 780G system, became available in the UK. Next slide, please, Evie. The main advancements of the new MiniMed 780G system include an advanced hybrid closed-loop algorithm. So that can sound quite complicated for those people that don't know what that means. And basically, a hybrid closed-loop system is something that can automatically deliver variable amounts of insulin just to help you to try and gain control of your glucose levels. The idea behind this advanced hybrid closed loop algorithm in the 780G system means that it's much more intuitive and much more adaptable to try and meet your individual needs. We also have more connectivity, which means the added benefit of being able to easily view your data via an app on your smartphone. And also, additionally, we have the option of software upgrades. So if any new software is available, we can easily update on this device. Next slide, please, Evie. Diabetes is really hard work. 2 days are never the same, even if you're on it every second. But MiniMed 780G is an easier way to help you manage your diabetes by constantly adapting to your changing glucose levels rather than you having to adapt to try and make the technology work. It does this by changing your basal insulin delivery every 5 minutes, depending on what your sensor glucose value is, as well as adapting insulin needs ahead. It can also automatically give a correction bolus when needed to help deal more effectively with the highs. This is possible every 5 minutes if required. Therefore, the system is making adjustments to your insulin 288 times a day. It's making decisions for you 288 times a day, just to really try and help you maintain the glucose control. And by making these constant changes, it's possible to maintain blood glucose levels within the recommended glucose range of 3.9 to 10 millimoles that Geraldine was talking about earlier. And it's able to do that more than 80% of the time. We know from research that this can significantly help to reduce both long and short-term complications, as well as just helping to reduce the burden for all of you trying to deal with swinging blood glucose levels and trying to maintain good control. Next slide, please, Evie. The MiniMed mobile app, as I mentioned before, can help you to see your blood, your pump and CGM data on your smartphone. It also can help you to receive notifications about highs and lows and alarms and things off the pump. If you wish, you can switch that on or off. It also just helps you just to discreetly check your glucose levels when needed, and a lot of patients just find that really useful. If you have loved ones who you want to support you with your diabetes, they can view that data on their pump, on their smartphone. The data from your pump and CGM device can automatically be transferred over using the CareLink Connect app that they can download on their smartphone. They can also receive notifications and alerts if required. So it can really help to provide peace of mind, particularly if you're concerned about hypoglycemia. The pump itself has a 4-year lifetime, but should there be any software updates during this time, the MiniMed 780G system can easily be updated as and when they become available. So it just makes sure that you always have access to the latest technology. We're just going to show you a short video just demonstrating how the pump can work. Next slide, please, Evie.
Okay, so I'm just going to run through the different components of the system. So first of all, you have the 780G pump, which is approximately the size of a credit card. And wearing it is really easy. It's got a clip that attaches to clip it to your clothes, or you can pop it in an accessory case, or you can just simply put it in your pocket in your jeans. The pump's waterproof, so you don't need to take it off in the swimming pool or at the beach. And it's really simple and easy to use. It's got an icon-based menu. Now, the pump receives information from the CGM transmitter to calculate insulin adjustments and corrections. So if you're trending high, it'll give you more insulin. If you're trending low, it will give you less insulin. There are also trend arrows that you can see on the pump and also on the app as well. Built into the pump, there's a bolus calculator, and that's called the Bolus Wizard, and that will help to work out your insulin for food and any corrections that you might need. So then we have the infusion set. So although there are a range of infusion sets from stainless steel to different kinds of plastic cannulas, the one that's the easiest and quickest to use is our most advanced one, which is the Mio Advanced set. It's designed with a preloaded inserter that requires fewer steps, really. So it can be inserted using one hand, and that helps you to get around to those places that are really hard to reach. The tape that's left onto your body, that's got a really small surface area, so it's much easier. So it just means it's looks less on your body. And these are changed every 2 to 3 days currently. Then we have continuous glucose monitoring, so CGM it's known as. And for that, it requires you to have a transmitter and a glucose sensor. The sensor's changed every 7 days, and the sensor values are actually sent to the pump every 5 minutes. So you get 288 readings in a day. So the CGM functions enables the automation of the pump. So the pump is constantly monitoring what your body needs and can change automatically 288 times a day. So it's basically making 288 decisions a day for you. What's new with this, different to the 670, is we now have auto correction. And this is very forgiving with things like carbohydrate counting to help protect you against highs and lows. So if you think of that 15-gram banana that you thought you had, that actually turned out to be a 20-gram banana, it's going to help to combat that high that you may have got after by underestimating maybe what your carbohydrate ratios were. The sensor readings can also be used for to bolus against. So unless your blood sugar is unstable, you can actually use the sensor to bolus against. And the pump sensor requires 2 calibrations a day. The last bit of the kit here is the smartphone app, and this allows the person with type 1 diabetes to see real-time glucose trends on their phone. And it can also receive alerts if going high and low. You can also see the trend arrows as well on here, as well as time in range and your glucose profiles. It's a discreet way for you to see your glucose control, so it's much easier for you to then manage your diabetes. And the app will also, with your permission, allow you to securely share your data with care partners too, as Kathy mentioned earlier. When connected to the smartphone, the data from the pump will automatically load to the Care Link, which is our web-based software. Next slide, please, Evie. So looking after you is as important, really, as the technology. So Medtronic have patient services called WeCare. So WeCare is a commitment, really, to supporting you with personalised training and dedicated specialists who can talk to you, and 24/7 online resources. Our goal is to provide services and solutions to help guide and inform you and empower you in your diabetes journey to get the most from your diabetes device. So we have Start Right. So this is the first step on your new journey, which can be very intimidating. Medtronic will accompany you on your first steps and get you on the right path. And we'll be there for you first thereafter. Exclusive to Medtronic device users and their carers, StartRight is an onboarding program designed to help you to begin your journey with your new Medtronic device. The StartRight specialists are here to make sure that your therapy transition is smooth and that you feel prepared to live your life the way you want. With StartRight, you can expect regular calls and emails from our specialists in the first 3 months of your new therapy, and it's all tailored to you. I mentioned CareLink. So CareLink management software, CareLink Personal enables you to access your device data whenever you want. You can visualize your glucose trends and device use with powerful reports that help you to gain vital insights into your diabetes therapy. You can also choose to share your data with your hospital diabetes team, helping you to collaborate on your diabetes management. With CareLink Personal software, you can track your personal progress and trends, prepare for and speed up your visits to hospital by uploading at home, and back up your Medtronic device settings. And finally, to share your data with your healthcare team without going to see them, particularly important at these times. We also have hands-on training, and understanding how to use your new device ensures that you'll receive the best possible experience. So the human touch counts, and that's why Medtronic provides hands-on training from our technical consultants. The technical consultants are registered nurses or dietitians who understand diabetes, and this can be done via remote clinics or face-to-face. And during these sessions, you'll receive advice and support to learn how to use your device for your life and make a confident and comfortable start to your therapy journey. We have a penny app that will be coming soon. So this will be an app on your phone that you can have additional resources that are going to be personalized to you. And you'll also be able to access what we call the eShop, which is like Tesco's really, to be able to order your supplies. Next slide, please, Evie. If you could click again, there's a video.
Glucose, your body's energy. It's fuel. It can throw you off balance when it slips out of sync. But your life cannot be diluted into numbers and charts. Not a consumer or a patient ID, but a life to care about. We care. For guidance or for help. We care in person or online. And we care with specialists and support. There for you day or night, for you to reach out to. We know that no one should be alone in living with their diabetes. And pioneering technology is only a part of the solution. So we'll be there, by your side. We care.
So we look forward to any questions that you may have. We appreciate that time is limited today. Therefore, you can find more information on the Medtronic website, and the Medtronic website address is on the screen at the moment. If you have any further queries, you can request a call back from one of the therapy ambassadors, which are based in head office, and that's a link to that is on the website. Thank you for listening to our brief overview of this exciting new way to control your diabetes so that you can just simply focus on your life and not on your glucose levels.
Thank you, Kath. Thanks, Paula. Tremendous stuff there. I can see you got the sunburn to show for the Abergavenny lifestyle, young Paula. So again, we've got basically again 68 questions have come through. Now we're not going to be camping out because that's an awful lot of questions. But there's a couple of interesting ones here. And something I picked up on earlier on, I think, was it says here, the Medtronic pumps, you require the sensor to make it into a closed loop. Yes. Now, what's the cost implications of this? Because some people seem to be given the pump only and not the sensor, and that seems to be, you know, not actually maximising the kit, basically.
Yeah, absolutely. As we were hearing earlier, unfortunately, access to CGM particularly seems to be a little bit hit and miss across the country, isn't it? And so we're still finding that's problematic for some patients sometimes. So obviously there's criteria, as we know, in terms of CGM device. So what I would encourage patients to do is obviously reach out to Diabetes UK, JDRF for support with that. They've got information there about accessing technologies. There's obviously nice criteria. obviously a lot of that is around the hypoglycemia, isn't it? Some patients do choose to self-fund, but I appreciate that's a financial commitment that they're making there. But that is an option should anybody want to pursue that option as well.
Okay, great. Okay, another one here, which is from Steve Adamek. Do you see a future where pumps and blood sensors will be on an open software platform so that competing manufacturers' equipment can be connected together? Now, this is a bit of a difficult one. What do you think about that?
It's a difficult one, isn't it? I mean, obviously at the moment, Medtronic has the equipment that's talking together anyway. So we're not aware of anything like that that's looking forward in the pipeline currently. At the moment, it's just the focus on the 780G with the compatible CGM that we have already.
Okay, great. And this is a cheeky one coming in here, Kath. I do apologise. Why do we always refer to people with type 1 as patients?
That's a very good comment.
They're not ill.
We need to be aware of things. Yeah, you're absolutely right. We shouldn't do that. They're people with diabetes, absolutely.
Oh, bless you. Take care. Thank you both very much indeed. Smashing as ever. Thank you very much indeed. Okay, so what have we got next? Okay, next one we've got now is going to be Dexcom, basically. Again, we go. In many ways, it was explained once that Dexcom is the Porsche of sensors. There's a billing for you now. And of course, you could still get to the shops driving a Golf, but you know what I'm saying there. And when the G6 came out, it was one of those wonderful times. I happened to be on Facebook. I don't use Facebook a great deal. A very good friend of mine's, Rachel Besser. She's a consultant over in Oxford. Now, Rachel's got type 1, and she was in a conversation on Facebook with somebody else with type 1. And honestly, the sense of excitement, because the G6 had just come out, they were just, unpacking, they were comparing notes on it. The sense of excitement, it was like Christmas Eve, Diwali, and a birthday all rolled into one. They were absolutely thrilled. And of course, we've seen Dexcom now. Those who are glued to your telly, you'll see them being advertised on the telly as well. So, this is a company who's trying to get somewhere. I can see that now. So, we have Paul in today to tell us about what's so wonderful about Dexcom. Paul, take it away.
Thanks, Di. Appreciate that. So, hi everyone. My name is Paul Summers. I'm a territory manager for Dexcom, and I'll be talking to you about the G6 CGM system. So, firstly, thank you for inviting me on, obviously, to talk today. And Diabetes UK and World Diabetes Day is very close to my heart, as I have type 1 diabetes for 26 years, so I'm on the Dexcom as a patient as well as the company paying my mortgage, I guess. So I'm happy. I know Di and the team are going to be fielding questions. I'm happy to answer any personal questions how I use it if you feel it's relevant. I'm more than happy for those to come through. So Di's, thank you for the setup in terms of the Porsche of CGM. I'll try and meet those expectations. And I suppose if you were to speak to our CEO of Dexcom, they'd very much talk about Dexcom as a very unique company, in that as a biotech company, we have one product, and that's Dexcom G6. We don't have other arms or divisions. We don't do anything else. We do sensors. And to quote our CEO, is we do them well. And our goal and objectives is to make them as small as possible, as accurate as possible, and last as long as possible. And that's our sort of goal of moving forward with future products as well. Next slide, please. So the G6, so what is it? So it's a real-time glucose reading system. So Alistair talked about in his presentation the difference between flash glucose monitoring and continuous glucose monitoring. G6 is continuous glucose monitoring. So you get a real-time glucose reading every 5 minutes. You wear the sensor for 10 days, which I'll come on to in a minute. Helps you identify trends and patterns and takes actions to avoid high and low glucose levels. You can see what it looks like on the patient in the middle there. And then on the right is what it will look like on your device or your phone as it is here. So you have your glucose value, your trend arrow, which will obviously tell you if you're rising, falling, or stable. And then the trend line at the bottom, you'll see a row of dots. Each dot is essentially one reading. Every 5 minutes, you get a new reading, and then your glucose value and arrow will change or not, depending what's going on with your glucose at that time. So there's no scanning involved. You will just always have a glucose reading on your device, and it will update every 5 minutes. Next slide, please. So one of the things we talk about with Dexcom G6 is 0 finger sticks. So what we mean by that is you don't have to calibrate this system with a blood machine. It's already calibrated to a laboratory glucose test. And we also talk about 0 finger sticks in terms of treatment decisions. So the G6 is a CGM system that's licensed that you don't need to do a confirmation blood test if you are making a treatment decision. So if you are low, you can treat off the number. If you are high, you can treat off the number. So when CGM or when any system is being licensed to treat off, what the FDA, EMEA, the governing bodies look at, they obviously look at the accuracy of the sensor, but what they specifically look at for a license as a treatment decision device is they look at how accurate are you when your glucose levels are below 4, and how accurate is the system when your glucose levels are below 4, and how accurate when you're above 10, because that's when it matters. That's when you need an accurate sensor, because you're either having a hypo or going to have a hypo, or you're giving a potentially dangerous hormone, insulin, so you need an accurate sensor system at those two ranges. And they set certain criteria that you have to demonstrate that accuracy to get that license. And obviously in our clinical trials, the Dexcom G6 has demonstrated that, hence it's got the license as a 0 finger stick system. The two caveats to that is if there's no number or arrow on your system for any reason, obviously you would do a blood test, or if your symptoms don't match the readings, if you don't feel the numbers right, of course, do a blood test to get more information. Next slide, please. So this is the overview of the system. It's a busy slide. I'll try and break it down. So I'll start with the applicator with the sensor in the middle of the slide. So that's the applicator. It's a one-click applicator. So you put it on your arm or tummy or where you're going to wear it, which I'll come on to in a minute. You essentially press the button and that inserts the sensor that sits under the skin, and that sensor measures your interstitial glucose. The transmitter on the right, that fits into the sensor. That's the brains of the operation. It takes the information, has the predictive algorithms in it, and it sends it via Bluetooth to a device that will receive that information, which are on the left. So it will send it to your phone and or a receiver. So people usually use receivers if they don't have a compatible phone. You can use it in conjunction with the phone and the receiver together, should you wish. And it now also connects to insulin pumps, the tandem T-Slim pump and the Dana pump are the two current pumps that it connects to provide hybrid closed loop systems. We are in partnership with other companies, be it pump companies and insulin pen companies, to get the G6 connecting to those as well. So in essence, we don't mind how you get your insulin, whether it's pump, pen or patch. The G6 is a CGM system you can use with all of them to support you managing your glucose ranges. Next slide, please. So Alistair covered the difference between interstitial glucose and blood glucose in his presentation and talked a little bit about the lag time. So what we do just to sort of set expectations is very rarely will you have exactly the same reading on your CGM system as you would on a blood meter. And the reason for that is interstitial glucose and blood glucose is there's in a slightly different place of the body and essentially dictates a different value, and it's all to do with lag time. So essentially interstitial fluid lags behind blood glucose. So the lag time of the G6 system is 4 minutes behind blood glucose. Next slide, please. So introduction into the apps that you need for the G6 system. So you'll have the Dexcom G6 app that will be on your phone. So this is assuming you're using your phone. You have the G6 app on the master device, so the patient's phone or the person with diabetes phone, sorry, and then they would have the master app there. They would also have the Clarity app, which I'll come on to what that is in a minute. And then anybody who wishes to follow that person's data and get the alerts would download the Follow app onto their own phone. Next slide, please. So in terms of where you can insert the sensor, so if you're 2 years and above, you can put it on the back of the upper arm or on the abdomen, and between 2 and 17 years old, you can put it on the top of the buttocks, lower back. You can see some of the points below there in terms of tips, in terms of where to put it and how to put it on, and all this information is on our website as well. So there's multiple places where you can wear it, is the summary of that slide. Next one, please. So this is what the screen looks like on your app. You will have your glucose number, the trend arrow, and then the dots at the bottom. So the grey area of the chart is the low and the high alert that you can set, and this is completely flexible to what you want to set on the system. And then below the low alert, you'll be into the red. Above the high alert, you're into the yellow, and the number also changes colour as well, which is particularly helpful for people who might struggle visually, because they can still interpret the system via the colours if they can't see the numbers, for example. Next slide, please. So just an overview of the alerts that you will get on the G6 system. So as I mentioned, you can set a low and a high alert that's completely flexible to meet your goals or your lifestyle in essence. And then this is just a look at the urgent low alerts that we'll have on the system. So I'll start with the one in the middle, the urgent low soon. So this alert is, you could have your glucose reading could be any number. It could be 0.6 as is on there, it could be 5, it could be 9, it could be 10. This is a predictive hypo alert, and it's telling you you are going to be 3.1 in the next 20 minutes. So as Paul, the patient, this is the most useful alert on the system for me, as it's preventing hypoglycemia. It's also preventing, because you're not actually having a hypo at this point and you're treating it, you don't get the cravings of when you're having a hypo. And again, me as the patient, when you're clearing out the cupboards or you're eating the tub of ice cream because you're having a hypo, that prevents this, because you're treating it with your 15 grams, 15 minutes, whatever your hypo treatment is, and then you get on with the day essentially. So that's the urgent low soon. On the left, we have urgent low. So this is, you are at 3.1. So it will alert you at this point. So it's important to have the alerts and alarms fitting with your lifestyle. They're completely flexible. You can have as many on or turned off as you like. If you want to, you could just have the urgent low on and just have it as a hypo alert system. If you wanted to, you can then add high alerts in and have them as flexible as you like to fit in with your lifestyle. The bit on the right is just showing that we also have an alarm alert schedule. So this is essentially telling you you could have different alerts at different time of days. So let's say if you wanted different alarms when at school or at night time, you can set the system up to do this. So again, it makes it fit in with your lifestyle. Next slide, please. So the Dexcom share and follow. So this is essentially patients anywhere in the world, as long as they've got 3G, 4G or Wi-Fi on their phones, can follow you in real time and get the same alerts. So you can have up to 5 followers. So I would have the Dexcom app on my phone as an example. My wife, who follows me, who is out walking the dog somewhere at the moment, she will be getting my alerts in real time. So say I was to have a hypo, her phone would also alert, and obviously she can check everything's okay if need be. So you can have up to 5 followers, so you can get a lot of support of family, friends, except carers, to really, they haven't got to be right next to the patient to be getting the readings. They could be anywhere in the world. The nice example I heard was a mum whose son had gone to university in Texas in America and had a hypo, and she could phone his roommate and check he was okay. So that's a sort of nice real world example of how the share and follow works. Next slide, please. So that's just showing how to set the share and follow up. I'm not going to go through that too much. The follower downloads an app onto their phone, and then the patient or the person with the main app will set it up and press the share button on the mobile app, and then follow the instructions to invite the follower to see their data. Next slide, please. And probably the final bit for me to talk about is Dexcom Clarity. So Dexcom Clarity is our data management system. So you're getting 288 readings a day now. So it's good to be able to analyse and assess that data for you to make changes to basal rates, insulin carb ratios, etc. So all that data will go to the Dexcom Clarity. So you have your G6 app on the phone, you'll have your Dexcom Clarity app. That Clarity app will update automatically. There's no downloading like pumps and things like that. It just automatically goes up to the cloud, and it also shares that data with your clinic. So you can view it on your computer, on your phone, but when you share it with the clinic, they can view it in real time as well. So if they're having virtual appointments, which is obviously what we're having a lot at the moment with your clinic, they can actually get the Dexcom Clarity information up without you having to download it, and obviously have a meaningful consultation with you, looking at the different graphs there are, which I think are examples on the next slide, please. Oh, next slide. So this is an example of Dexcom, what it looks like. It's a busy slide, but essentially up the top left, it will give you your time in range, which obviously Geraldine talked about earlier, that's so important. It will show you where you're high, when you've been low, and then you get different patterns reports. So it will show you what times a day you're high or you're low. You can get daily report, hourly reports. There's lots of information you can get on this. It's very intuitive. But again, like Professor Mayeng was talking about, we don't want diabetes tech fatigue with this. There's lots of reports on there, but it's important to have a look at what ones really benefit and help you out to obviously make changes and really help manage your diabetes to the best as possible. Next slide, please. So that's it for me, really. Just to summarise, Dexcom G6, a real-time glucose system. You get a reading every 5 minutes. There's flexible alerts and alarms that you can set. The urgent low and the urgent low soon is particularly beneficial. And obviously that really fits in with that diabetes tech pathway that Alistair and Geraldine talked about, where access for CGM should really be around those patients that have hypoglycemia or awareness or issues with hypoglycemia. Thank you for your time.
Oh, thanks. That sounds wonderful. Again, a quickie, it's a couple of questions coming in. One from Esther, which is basically, when will the G7 be available? Have you got a G7 in the pipeline there somewhere?
Yes, there is G7, G8. There'll be multiple Gs coming out, I guess. It is in the public domain. I couldn't possibly comment when it might be available in the UK, but if you go online and Google G7, you'll see some information from the States on it at the moment.
Well, you know, Partha will know without doubt, because I was talking to Abbott the other day, and it was very, very shady about when the next Libra was coming. Us a few weeks back now. I said, well, Partha tweeted it last week, man. You know, Partha's on the ball with this stuff. The other question is here from Fiona Gilbert. The Dexcom G6, do the DVLA accept people not wearing a finger prick test before driving if they wear a Dexcom G6?
Yes, so yes, you can use the G6 as part of DVLA. I would obviously speak to you, obviously look at the DVLA and contact them and speak to a healthcare professional, but yes, it's a short answer.
Brilliant. Thanks very much. That's cool. Hey, look, Paul, thank you very much indeed. That's smashing. Again, we got a whole load of questions coming in. We'll probably be knocking on your door next week to get a bit of advice in terms of answering them. Thanks again, mate. Thanks.
More than happy. Thanks, Doug. Thanks.
Now, of course, guys, you know, there are, of course, other companies out there. This is the usual kind of disclaimer stuff. You know, I chose these three quite simply because, you know, the kit is widely available across the UK. That's the long and short of it. You know, other people said, why don't you invite this, that, the other? And many of the suggestions that came through were either not available in Wales or not available in another part of the UK. And of course, most HCPs at the end of the day will be supporting you with this kit, you know, if you need the support there. They'll be familiar with this stuff. You know, it's not going to be a lot of good if you end up with something obscure and you go into your healthcare professional and they say, what the hell's that? You know, what am I supposed to do with that? So, you know, it's important. You know, we all know that you educate each other a lot as well, but that's why we've chosen these particular three. So on these particular three, you know, I got one of these polls to ask you again, and we're going to be asking you in a second, how many of you use a Dexcom? How many of you use a Libra? And how many of you use a Medtronic closed loop? And that could either be the 670G or the 780G. It's just the older, newer models, basically. Just to get a feel for this stuff, because certainly the people that I kind of hang out with, they either tend to be Libra people or Dexcom people. You know, it's the usual kind of setup, but there's big fans of one or t'other. It'd be interesting to see what the figures look like with you out there. You're all thinking hard about this. What have I got on? What do I have got on? This kind of stuff. Let's look at this now. see what these figures look like. There we go. There we go. We've got, yes, you've got 14% of you out there. 14% using a Dexcom. Yeah, it's the Porsche vibe here coming through loud and clear. And again, a Golf, which is equally good for getting down the shops. Who said this? That's 72% for the Libra. And again, yeah, this is not really, you know, again, the costing comes into it here. The 5% for the 670, and then we down to 2% with the 780. 780 is new, of course, so that's not that surprising. But that literally more or less sends out, well, they're all good, they all make a real difference. But again, the cost again is a big influence here. Again, this is what we'll be trying to work on as we move forward, because ultimately it'd be lovely if we had a really good closed loop system at a reasonable price for all and sundry. But thank you very much, folks. Let's look at what's going on. As you said, getting the right kits important. We've talked about this earlier on because, you know, it's well worth taking your time to get this right. We've talked about there's an awful lot of advice with the JDRF, ourselves, and of course, an awful lot of stuff within the type 1 community. And, you know, thinking about it, I talked to you about seeing, talk about the artificial pancreas, 15 years ago, but now things are moving at a hell of a rate of knots, and things are advancing really, really quickly. And of course, you know, some people decide for all this stuff, they'll just get on with it. We'll blow this up, we'll go down the old route and just manage it ourselves. Now, we've got a lovely speaker next, Nick, and when I spoke to Nick, he's fantastic. He literally did this. He got on with it. He didn't bother too much until he came across tech in a somewhat, I think it's an unusual way to come across tech. Take it away, Nick. Tell us what happened.
Thank you, Di. Thanks a lot. So I'm just going to take control. So thank you for inviting me along to tell sort of my story of the family's journey with type 1. So I'm type 1 myself, and so is my eldest daughter. And actually, really, I've lived with type 1 diabetes all my life, or almost all my life, and it really started in the 80s when actually, not myself, but my younger sister was diagnosed. So you're starting to get a picture. There's a lot of type 1 diabetes in the family, and I remember I was only 5 or 6 at the time, and I remember there wasn't much tech around at that time. For me, I thought, I remember lots of sort of books everywhere, and Sid Syringe stuck in my mind. Books talk about carbohydrate exchanges, and I remember blood glucose testing didn't exist because I remember my sister having to pee on strips and get that way. So technology wasn't really a factor at all from that point of view. But I started living with type 1 at that. It was in my life from a very, very early age. I was diagnosed in the second half of the 90s. In my early 20s, I had pretty limited symptoms, wasn't hospitalized and never have been, touch wood. And actually, when I was told that, it wasn't really a surprise. It was no different to a diagnosis of having tonsillitis. I sort of took it in my stride is probably the best way to describe what happened for me. And I looked for the positives. What are the positives? And I know so many people who live a really happy life and don't really see their GP or healthcare professionals and suddenly get very, very ill. Something happens to them later on in life, and I feel that someone's looking out for me. So I looked at the positives of this, and I just got on with it. Just absolutely just got on. I say it wasn't frightening. It was just something to do. To be honest, I wasn't particularly good at it. I was really tested my my blood glucose, and it was really bad habits. And the limitation of tech at that time for me was the blood glucose devices, and I had a bit of a habit of buying new ones, even though I never even used them. But there was a change late towards sort of actually in the early noughties when I was given the opportunity to do a carb counting course, and off the back of doing that course, I got given the Aviva Expert, and that really was the first real change in behavior for me and control. I've got a bit of a sort of a passion for data, and which was really useful, because when I started seeing the data and seeing the benefit, I started doing my blood glucose much more frequently, and then having that bit of kit that did all the calculations for me, and I really saw a big difference and change in that. Then moving on a few years, this is my eldest daughter Taryn. She was recently 14, so that was quite a recent picture. A typical teenager. and definitely becoming quite resistant to the whole concept of living with type 1 diabetes. But she was diagnosed when she was 9. My wife picked up the symptoms and really early on, and it was a Friday night. We come back from school. She just had an award, so we took them to McDonald's. But my wife said, when you get home, test her blood sugars. I'm really interested. And she was 31. Okay, so at which point, yeah, there's something going on here. But she wasn't unwell in any way. And I work in the health service, and I know I'm not going to take my 9-year-old daughter to A&E on a Friday night. It's not going to happen. So actually, I decided I'm going to wait till the morning. I can manage this myself. I can do that. So giving her plenty of water, giving her the right sort of like low carb, zero carb foods, and actually her blood sugars were coming down very, very slowly, naturally at that point. The next morning, gave her a carb-free breakfast and took her to the hospital, where she ended up staying 5 days because she caught a gastric bug in the hospital. And I also caught the same bug at the same time when I was staying there for a short period of time with us. No idea where it came from. But in hindsight, and this is my wish, and this is what I thought before this was going to happen, I knew what was going on. I knew what to do. And actually, in hindsight, it would have been great. She didn't need to be admitted. She wasn't unwell. And actually, that experience was quite a negative experience for her. It really knocked her being admitted when she didn't really need to. She didn't have, she had very low ketone levels and wasn't unwell in any way. So I could have managed it easily as long as I had access to someone at the end of the phone and given some basic kit to take things forward, and then gone back perhaps on a Monday when all the specialist team were there to be able to give us all the proper advice and do it that way. I think that would have been a much safer and better way of doing things moving forward. Interestingly, this is Taryn's younger sister, Neilani. Recently, this taken earlier this summer, we managed to get away in August down to Cornwall. We went on a boat trip and we actually saw some whales, which was fantastic. But actually, up until Taryn being diagnosed, diabetes was a small part because I just got on with things and it never really was much of a thing around the house. But Taryn and Neilani were aware of it, but and asked questions about it, but it wasn't really part of what was going on. But Taryn's diagnosis almost turned the world upside down, and suddenly it became something the family had to think about. And interestingly, in hindsight, and I presented this back to healthcare professionals, is that my experience, me having diabetes, actually hindered that experience of the diagnosis, because from a learning point of view, and I don't think this was a conscious thing from the healthcare professionals, who are all fantastic, it was easy for them to pass on this information, this new knowledge to me really, really quickly and take it on board. And I knew what I was doing. And actually that lost my wife a little bit in having to be able to pick things up. But actually what that did was turned her to technology. So not diabetes tech, but a question I asked earlier on, which was about, is social media technology? And I think absolutely social media technology. My wife turned to social media. She joined groups and communities and asked questions and started picking up about developments and things that were really important for young people with diabetes, as well as older people with type 1 diabetes. I was mostly happy the way things worked for me with my pen and my blood glucose and my Aviva Expert. And Taryn started off with the same equipment. She was a star pupil, T1 pupil, getting great control, injecting herself straight away at 9-year-old. So really did really well. But then my wife picked up on some of the stuff, and our first sort of exploration into type 1 tech was a Libra, and there was demos, and my wife was really sort of keen to push and try new things, and it was a huge incentive to remove the need to finger prick, and to be honest, and let's build on some of the conversations, I think, and I believe anyone who people who use flash or CGM who still prick their fingers, other than for those specific circumstances such as those, and if anyone thinks that people prick their fingers more often, are living with the fairies, because to be honest, since I've started using the Libra, and I'll come on to that in a moment, my daughter, we very, very rarely prick our fingers, and actually we end getting that handle on the patterns of data with that really make a difference to control. But to be honest, before I went on to Libra, I still wasn't interested in myself. I was quite happy, stuck in my ways. But I did manage to get hold of a handset. And so we were self-funding Taryn at this point for the Libra. This was before it was on prescription. But we were going on holiday, and I thought I'm going to buy myself some, see what impact it makes for me on holiday, and got hooked at that point. So I ended up self-funding 2 Libra sensors for a period of time until it went onto prescription. Big smiles there. And to be honest, some of the conversations that are on, I think if anybody who is living with diabetes is not offered the Freestyle Libre on prescription, it is absolutely wrong, because it is life changing from the point of view, because I think pricking your fingers is the hardest bit about managing diabetes, that having that information. And the other thing, I think, and Di mentioned it earlier, I think the Libre is like a diabetes badge. It always brings on a little internal smile for me when I notice someone wearing one. And a memory I have, we were in Disney World in Florida, and we got on the Star Tours ride there, and we all sat in a row, and there's about 6 people in a row, and we looked along the row, and there were 3 people all wearing a Libre on the same ride at the same time. I just thought that's fantastic, and we still notice, and when you see people, you think, oh, there's someone someone wearing a Libre over there, because they are much more visible. Then comes back to my wife, and I looking at tech and picking things up, thinking about the pump, the conversations with the healthcare professionals. Offered 2 options, Medtronic and Omnipod. Very quickly we pushed, and we were given that opportunity by the team. To be honest, personally, and my daughter's the same, just can't get our heads around having tubes on our body. So we just think it's a weak spot, and we don't like that idea. So there was no real decision to be made between the 2 devices. It was Omnipod, the patch pump. And once Taryn started using that, it really sparked my interest. I really saw that it fired me up. Seeing the benefits, given the work I do a lot of training, I work with people in big sessions, and actually I thought this could really work. This would really make a difference for me. So at a clinic appointment I had, I just said, I want to go on a pump. And I did have a good relationship with the consultant, and still do. And I said, and I want to go on a pump, and I'm only going to go on the Omnipod. I'm not interested in anything else. And actually, a few months later, all set up and running, and not look back. And I think the combination of that CGM type information with the Libre or Dexcom, alongside a pump, is absolutely brilliant. And I've had the best blood glucose control I've ever had in my 25 years of living with diabetes. So that was interesting. The next step in the journey was the Dexcom G6 for Taryn. She was moving into high school and needing more independence, and we wanted to know what was going on, so that live information would be really useful. So we pushed and actually got this in place, and actually it is a really useful, especially as a parent, it's really useful. But importantly, even if it's funded, don't underestimate the expense of Dexcom, because even if the sensors are funded, because if you haven't got a compatible mobile phone, you need to buy a new mobile phone, you need to buy you don't need to buy a smart wearable device. But in the end, you spend a good amount of it, so they've got the right kit, so it works for them. And having that tech enhances the capability of it. Personally, I still can't see the difference between the Libre and the Dexcom. So I'm not particularly interested in it. So I think the Libre works absolutely fine for me. And also, she's a teenager now, and she's, as I said, she's already resistant to technology, and she's got too much control with her phone. So actually, the number of times I look at her phone and she's completely turned off all notifications because she'd be embarrassed if it goes off, and actually completely ignores. So she often ends up getting text messages or WhatsApp messages from myself or my wife to say, look, your blood sugars are high, although she can turn it off because it's embarrassing. So that ability, there's too much control there sometimes for especially for teenagers, from that point of view, to turn the tech off and make so it just suddenly becomes just a patch that they're wearing. I know it's still collecting the data, but that's always a challenge from that point of view. And finally, sort of for me, I've started winning the tech race. So I've gone on to the Omnipod. I've moved on to the Omnipod Dash, and much more bit of kit. And my daughter's not interested; she's happy with the old Omnipod handset. So whilst it's a race, not a race, it's always good fun, and she's a teenager, and I'm a getting older person with getting better control and actually winning the control race as well. I think this has come up a number of times already today, and I don't want to touch on it too much, but I think there's a big warning. Tech is fantastic and it really can make big differences, but there's a bit of a warning here. It takes over your life, because I think with tech, you have to actively engage in your diabetes much more to get that control. And if you can become overwhelmed with the alerts, the notifications, the sharing, the chart, parents pestering you, and actually Taryn recently just decided she wanted a short break from a pump and all that equipment, and went back to multiple daily injections. And actually, she had much better control. She had a smile on her face, and she enjoyed not having diabetes in her face for a short period of time. So that was really, really, really different. And went back on the pump and is doing a bit better off the back of having a break. So just to sort of a plea from me, really, from the two things. I said I work in the NHS and also have been a customer of it all my life, as all of us have. It's full of fantastic, great people doing great things with limited resources and little support in a system that is outdated and disconnected with the way things need to be done. And we touched on this. There's huge amounts of variation in what services people get. And this is because of the system, not because of the people, because they all want to do good stuff. There's variation in service delivery. Just looking at the quick question and answer about accessibility of this is a huge issue. And what I've learned working in the NHS and being a patient, a customer, and all of those sorts of terms is actually to get things in, yes, you've got to be pushy. You've got to ask. You've got to push and push and push. It's a shame that you have to do that, but if you keep asking and keep pushing, you get the technology. There's also, I found, a little bit of a lag, and I think this was touched on as well, in healthcare professionals trying new things or being aware of new things. I think there is an element in healthcare professionals of risk aversion, and I understand absolutely why that's in place. And it's not there. It's not internal to them. It's because of the system that they work in. But people themselves are more willing to try things. The amount of people that do DIY looping is an example of that. And so I think healthcare professionals need support with technology, as well as the families and people. And from a Welsh point of view, living in Wales, Wales, I think there's a huge hope here. And Wales, for me, has always been a small enough nation to test and introduce new, exciting and life-improving diabetes tech, but big enough to excite the tech developers. So why don't we create a new paradigm, and perhaps for the whole UK, create a new paradigm where the innovators and the service providers and the people living with type 1 co-produce a world-leading nation in the adoption of type 1 tech. Thank you for the opportunity for sharing my story.
Nick, absolutely fantastic, really inspirational words from you there. You know, I'm really knocked out by that. And again, so I going back though to Barbara Brooke, bless, who dropped me a line earlier on, who said, you know, she's been a diabetic since 1959 and has never been, you know, she never felt quite good enough. So again, Nick is a test to me to you guys know what it's like to live with type 1. You guys are the experts here. We've now got social media to give you that power, to give you that voice, and you know the knowledge you've got. You know, I've spent a lot of time with people living with type 1, and the knowledge you've got is just, it blows me away. It really, really does. And that knowledge is out there. It's available to all via social media. I know certainly within Wales, the UK is coming up with campaigns around tech. We'll be doing that within Wales. And, you know, I can tell you for certain that Nick will be part of the team that will be putting together the alliance to move forward and improve access to tech. Because, you know, for goodness sake, it changes your lives. Let's all work together on this stuff. It's so important. Okay, he says, you know, again, you know, some of the stuff that Nick said, Nick, you brought a smile to my face. And when I spoke to you a few weeks back, you know, you told your consultant what you wanted. I want an Omnipod because. Now, again, another poll here. How many of you out there would feel confident enough to push for the tech that you actually want? And as Nick says to us, you know, the NHS, it takes a bit of pushing because it's easier to do nothing than it is to do something. And, you know, that's the option that most people go for. It's easier to say no than to push and say yes and make change happen. Now, with your help, we can do this. And of course, the other question that comes down this is where patient power has literally blown things away again, is how many of you have tried to make your own closed loop system? You know, at one stage, when we're throwing one's arms in the air, good God, no. but this is happening quite a lot these days. So it's interesting to see where you come with it. The pushiness, how pushy are you as a patient? Because this is important. And have you tried, out there in the shed with the welding and a bit of kit and stuff, making up your own stuff here, abacus around your back, whatever it may be to make these things work. So what are the answers coming through on this? And we have some answers. Oh, yes, fair play. We got 7. Fair play, the type 1. We're a pushy lot out there. See, Barbara, join the pushy people. So we've got some pushy people out there, and 26% of you are not that pushy. And again, look, at the end of the day, that's what we're here for. DUK basically, it's a comms outfit. We communicate with you. We can help you push your local NHS mob to get this kit to you. And in terms, again, we've got 10% are actually, have tried making your own looping system. This is good, No, 90%, well, for those people who've said no here, and again, I think with this kind of set, there are an awful lot of people out there who weren't prepared to wait for a closed loop system to come onto the market. And a lot of folk decided to take things into their own hands. We've had Kevin Winch come before from Knight Rider, Tim Street from Diabetic with us in the past. Their talks are still available to you on YouTube if you want to check them out, the UK YouTube channel. And our next speaker, again, these people are young techie souls. The next speaker tried to do a similar thing, but he tried it as his retirement project. You are, this is more your age, have a go at this. Norman, come and speak to us.
Good afternoon. Thank you very much for inviting me. I hope you can all hear me. I'm just waiting for my slides to come on. There we are. A few things have been going through my mind as I've been listening to the speakers. Certainly with Nick and May, yes, Facebook is tech, and that's where I've had most of my support for my journey, journey into DIY looping. What I'm going to do today is just to talk you through my experience with it in a very brief time that I've got. I'd first of all like to start with some thanks. The slides that I'm showing you, really, first of all, the apology to Joan Armour Trading for plagiarising her lyrics for the title of my talk. But secondly, thanks to 2 people from the Facebook groups on looping. And at the end of my talk, you will see a slide which show you the Facebook groups that are worthwhile joining, and also the Twitter handles that are worthwhile following, because that's where I've learned all the stuff that most of the stuff that I've that I've learned about DIY looping. But thanks to 2 of the Facebook people, and Tim Street has already been mentioned, some of his slides I'm using, and also Alistair McClay. Also, you'll see the references to their slides as I go through them. Just to tell a story about when I stumbled across DIY looping in about 2017, just on the internet, looking up something to do with diabetes, and I found the system called Open APS, Open Artificial Pancreas System. I joined the Facebook group and I saw an advert on the looping group, which Looped UK, I think it's called, and it was from Tim Street to say, does anybody want to attend a do-it-yourself pancreas build day? Put your name down here. To cut a long story short, I'd bought most of the kit required and I'd sort of got it going, but I turned up at Tim Street's house in South London with another 8 or 9 people, and he invited us in and he spoke to us, and there were some other experts there who had been looping, and they talked us through what we needed to do to go on. There was even a lady from Tipperary in Ireland. She'd come all the way over because her daughter, she wanted her daughter to get into closed looping, and she was there as well. So it's a fantastic support system. I shall just give you now the, oh yes, one thing I intended to do with this talk was avoid acronyms, and I see that's been going on today. People have been confused about what the acronyms mean. Well, my first acronym, I failed my own test. My first acronym is KISS, which stands for Keep It Simple Stupid. So I've tried to keep it simple today. And what I'm going to talk about are these basic headings, and I'm going to talk about a loop, what's in it, what does it look like pictorially, what are the 3 DIY closed loop systems that people are building today, an introduction to the components, a word about Night Scout. I'll be talking to you about Night Scout. You may have heard of it or you may not. What does it do for me and what has it done for other loopers on their, with their diabetes? Okay, what's in a closed loop? This is what I'm wearing at the moment, and anybody on a commercial loop will also be wearing this. The Medtronic has all of these components. CAM APS has these components. And what are they? Well, the CGM, or the continuous glucose monitor. I started off with a Libra, and thanks to the Wales Health Service, I managed to get it very, very soon on prescription, and that gave me a great start with my looping on my first loop that I was using. I'm now on the Dexcom because of issues I had with the, I was allergic to the glue on the Libra. The next thing in the system is the program, which talks to the pump. It does the calculations. It takes information from the CGM and it talks to the pump. Then, of course, the insulin pump, which is there, and Night Scout I'll talk about. This is my pump now. I'm on a Roche pump, and this is what the system I'm using looks like, and this is the feedback I get on my phone, and this is the Night Scout feedback. I'd like to just say I'm not an expert in looping or the design. I'm an expert by virtue of having used it, but I'm not an expert in the design of the systems. If anyone's got any questions about the algorithm or the program, don't ask me. What I am an expert in is the management of my own diabetes. This is my first rig, which 2017, when I stumbled across it, and by 2018, I'd got all the bits together. Here's my, what I should say, the type of APS, there's 3 main systems. The type that you choose is dictated primarily by the pump that you have. And you have to have a loopable pump, and there are few of those. And if you look at each slide, it will tell you which loopable pump. I happen to have, what I forgot to say is that I've been diabetic for 42 years, and I've been on a pump for 15 years. And when I was thinking about getting involved with looping, there were no commercial loops available. There were the low glucose suspend, which is the Perraudin, the VO Medtronic pump, but there were no closed loop systems available. And it's only now that Medtronic have got the 670G out, or is it the 680G, that we have our first commercial system. The other one is CAM APS, which is approved by the NHS. Okay, so that's my system. You can have a watch. I've got my watch on now, and that allows you to look at your wrist and you can see your blood glucose whenever you want. And here are all the components. This system works on radio waves. So the pump speaks to this little computer by radio waves. The next system, which I moved on to, this is what I'm operating on now, that's the Roche pump. I should have said on here that the pumps available for Open APS are some old Medtronic pumps, so that's what you're limited to. And people are going away from this now because old Medtronics are getting rather old in the tooth. Mine was about 10 years old when I spoke to my diabetic specialist nurse, and in general the hospital is very supportive, and they can't give me they can't tell me what to do with my loop, but they like the results that my loop is giving them, so they'll talk about that. Why did I go into this? Well, I'm an Android person. I've not used Apple. We'll come on to the Apple one just in a minute. I've got a Samsung S10. I've built the app myself. That's what you have to do with these DIY loops. How do you know how to build it? Well, you go to these websites. There's a website for each of these systems. If you go here, it gives you step-by-step fantastic instructions on how to build the app, which you then have to load onto your phone. As I say, I'm not a programmer, but I was able to follow the instructions and I was able to build the app and load it onto my phone. In terms of pumps, for this Android APS, that's the system, the Accu-Check Insight and the Accu-Check Combo, these are two Roche pumps. The old Medtronic pumps that I've used on OpenAPS, they will all work, and that's about it really for Android APS. And that brings us to people who are Apple people. This is the Apple system, not the Apple system, it's the system that we've built for using Apple phones. And the components here again, CGM, Loop is what the Apple, the Loop that works with Apple phones is called. Gets a bit confusing, but it's called Loop. You have to build the app yourself. You need an iPhone, and this uses radio communications to talk to the pump. So you use this thing called a Riley link, which you can buy. All the components are accessible. The compatible pumps here are Omnipod and the old Medtronic pump. So this is very popular with people who like tubeless pumps. That's the Omnipod, which is a patch pump. Talking about Night Scout, this is the interface which resides in the cloud, and my app and some of the other DIY. In fact, you don't need to have DIY apps. You can use Night Scout to store your blood sugar results and do all sorts of things with it. So if you're on another CGM or even a flash system, have a look at Night Scout. I've given you the URL there. You can use it on any platform or browser, and it gives you brilliant visualization of your CGM data. It's got alarms, so you can actually use the Libra 1 with this and get alarms with your Libra 1. And it shows you all your pump data and your looping data, and it does brilliant reports for clinic. It's got all sorts of stuff which you can bring up. There's a, this is more detail of what's going on, and this is moving on time-wise. So every 5 minutes, the Dexcom sends it a value, and it's fantastic. So have a look at that if you are interested. This slide I'm not going to dwell on, but what it is it's an up-to-date summary of everything I've just said on one slide. So if you want to come back to this at some time and have a look to see what interface you need, what hardware you need, what pump will work with it, then come back here, and there's some explanation of acronyms down there. Here's my results. These are on Night Scout. The other day I took down 90 days. I thought, let's have a look at 90 days of results. So you can see it's from the 3rd of the 8th to the 31st of the 10th. And this is the Night Scout summary report. There's loads of other reports you can have, but we've talked about time in range today. So here's my time in range for the last 90 days. Low 2.8%, in range over 75%, and high 19%. And I have only fairly recently gone on to this Android APS, so I am tweaking settings all the time, but you can see my 24-hour profile there is quite impressive. One word of warning, don't look at people's, this is a good one. I do have bad days, so there are other places which I'm going up and down. This, I'm going out of range. My range is set at 3.9 to 10, which is the recommended range for time in the recommended range to get your results fed back into the system, as it were. And my target is 6. In terms of general outcomes, these are fairly dated now, but these are from the OpenAPS site. And the person who invented OpenAPS is a lady called Dana Lewis. If you Google Dana Lewis and her husband Scott Lee Brand, you can find out a lot. There's TED Talks and all sorts of talks by Dana about how she came up and why the system was invented. And it's #WeAreNotWaiting, because it was her and her husband who were tired of waiting for the pump manufacturers to come up with a system like this. They're now just catching up with it. You can see here very quickly time in range. So before using a closed loop is the blue, and then after there's an improvement. As you might expect as well, there's a reduction in A1C. My A1C went, after about 2 months looping, I went to the clinic and mine had come down. It was always about 9.4. Mine had come down to the 6.9s. It's now, I should have perhaps shown you on the reporting, there's a predicted A1C there, so now mine's 6.6, which is good. And then also there's data to show that looping reduces time in hypo. Statistic-wise, Tim Street has done a survey a couple of years running now, and this is Tim's website here. There's amazing stuff on there for you to read about diabetic. It's all sorts of stuff around tech in diabetes. This was done in May 2019, and I've been to a couple of events that Tim has held where parents and children have come along. There's been about 60 people at each of them, and this was, you know, just testing how many people, or doing a survey to see how many people were using each of the systems. And as you can see, the most favored one these days is Android APS, because it's available to Android phones. The one that I was using is dwindling now, and Loop is quite popular with Apple users. There were only 148 respondents to this, and I'm quite surprised at how few people. I thought, you know, till I looked at this the other day again, we estimate now that there's about 200 to 300 total loopers in the UK. In Wales, I've started off a WhatsApp group for people who are interested in it. I'm quite happy to throw it open to your membership if you're in Wales. We've got 8 loopers there. We've got 2 on commercial systems and 6 on DIY systems. And here's an interesting statistic. As of September 2020, there's more than 2,000 loopers worldwide, DIY loopers that is. And is it safe? Well, nobody has reported any serious safety issues. It's a very well designed system, and the number of loop hours that we've got in the real world are over 29.5 million loop hours. One question people are worried about is does your clinic support you? Well, as I've said before, my clinic, which is the Bevan Health Board, they are passively supportive. As I say, they cannot give advice because it's legally not possible for them to tell me what to do with my loop, but they are very happy with talking about my results, which is what you'd expect. And this is the data that came back, and you can lump the not bothered in with the supportive. So its majority is supportive, or no, we've got very supportive. So all of that, and some people are scared to tell their clinic, but my opinion is don't be scared. Now, as I promised, I've got these useful links. We've got the how to build guides for each of the systems, and then these other knowledge banks, which I would thoroughly recommend. And this is Tim's Facebook, Looped UK, Looped Android APS users. They are all so full of information, and you know, I look at them every day. I don't use Facebook for any other purpose than my diabetes, and I don't use Twitter at all. But here are the Twitter. Are they called handles? Whatever. If there are any healthcare professionals watching this, there's 3 links there, which are more medically oriented, but anyone's feel free to use them. And then I'm just finishing with some results from surveys that have been done into these things. And as you're reading them, I would ask you to type in any questions that you've got, and I'll be happy to answer them as soon as possible. Thank you very much.
And thank you, Norman. That was wonderful. Absolutely great stuff. And again, we've listened to Norman tell us all about how to do this stuff. I mean, can we revisit this question? Who might now consider their own DIY looping system? With a little bit of guidance from young Norman there.
Can I vote?
So you've got this poll question coming up. Who might now consider doing their own DIY looping system? Yeah, we have 3 options there as well. And the beautiful thing here, some of the stuff that Norman said that really struck by me was, I went to see Tim Street. I'd got most of the kit. I'd sort of got it going. It sounds like you're doing up an old car, but I mean, it works. That's the wonderful stuff here. And the main thing that comes across here is I'm not an expert in kit, but I am an expert in my own diabetes. And of course, so are you guys. This is, you know what works for you, know what doesn't work for you. And that's the key bit here. And again, the thing that Norman said was about healthcare professionals were good, and they're not a problem. They were generally passively supportive. They can't do any more than that. As I've said, generally with tech, healthcare professionals are behind you 100%. It's the higher ups that are the problem in health boards, and that's where we'll help you. Okay, so where are we? Oh, yes, indeed. So we've got now those who might consider, again, about 20% there, maybe 41%, and not for me, 39%. Well, that's okay. Norman, you're enthusing there. You're helping a lot of people move in that direction, I think. So there we go. Let's lose that bit there. And again, the key thing that comes across again is the generosity of Norman. It's the generosity of Tim and people like Kev and so many others. And of course, Tim Street's got his Diabetes Tech that's out to support you. Kev's Night Scout stuff are out there. Tide Pool are out there. There's a wealth of stuff out there. And again, generally speaking, most healthcare professionals I speak to, they're intrigued by this. They're learning from you in this case. And I think generally that's what tech has done. It's leveled the playing fields terrifically so. And your knowledge now is helping to educate the healthcare profession and vice versa. It's a much healthier environment than it used to be. Right, so as you can see, I've learned a great deal from people with living with diabetes. And, I continue to do so. And let me look at again. It's something I've learned one hell of a lot from. From my very early days at Diabetes UK, I met with Mel Stephenson as she was then, and when it comes to managing Diabetes UK, when it comes to managing type 1 diabetes, I'm going off script here, when it comes to managing type 1, it's difficult enough when you're standing still. Now, you can imagine what it's like when you're putting your body through the kind of pressures demanded by international athletics, or even to kick around in the park for that matter. I find that challenging enough. And this was simply a no-go area for many people who advise that you better lay off the exercise, not to be terribly easy to manage your diabetes with. But of course, Mel can answer this. Before we go into Mel, we've got a few other people who will be telling you a little bit about how they find tech useful with their active lifestyles. Take it away, folks.
Hey everyone, I'm Sam Brand and I'm a professional cyclist with Team Novo Nordisk. So I was diagnosed with type 1 diabetes coincidentally on World Diabetes Day in 2001. So that's 19 years now of living with type 1 diabetes. And in that time, technology has really developed a lot. For me, the development of continuous monitors has really been a game changer. To be able to monitor on the go whilst both training and racing is definitely a huge benefit of the technology within the diabetes world. For me, being able to view this data in real time is so helpful, especially in a fast and tough race. It's crucial. To see the way that technology has advanced in the diabetes world just over the last few years has been phenomenal. So implementing this tech in my day-to-day life has been so useful. Thank you very much, everyone.
Hi, I'm Charlotte. I'm a professional wrestler and a keen CrossFitter. Things have changed so much since I was diagnosed with type 1 diabetes in 1992, and technology has been a huge part of that. The developments in tech have really given me back the power to make informed decisions, whether that's on show days when I'm wrestling or in day-to-day training at CrossFit. It's also given me the freedom to follow my dreams and freedom to live the life I always wanted to.
Hi everyone, my name is Chris Bright. I'm the founder of the diabetes football community and a Wales Futsal International. Technology has helped me in 3 different ways. It's improved my long-term control of my condition, so my HbA1c is the best it's ever been. It's freed up more room in my mind to think about the sport on game day especially, so I don't have to focus so much on my levels. I can actually get my head straight onto the game. And also it's actually helped me manage the numbers on game day more closely and with more accuracy than I've ever had before, which has meant that my performances and my consistency has also been the best that it's ever been. So it's technology, and CGM as what I've been using has been an incredible tool for me in the last few years.
And we have Mel coming to you next. Now, Mel can tell you firsthand, and she's got a guest with her later on again, a future Wales International, I gather. So over to Mel. I think. Please. I think we've got a slight technical issue you should be sorting out at the moment. We have Mel with us somewhere, I believe.
Hello, here we are. Hi, Dan. Sorry about that tech issue there. Thanks very much for the lovely introduction. Hi, everyone. My name's Mel Stephenson-Grey, and it's an absolute pleasure to be here virtually with you to talk about the role of type 1, technology, and sport. So a brief kind of overview of what I'm going to cover today is just to introduce a little bit of background to those of you who haven't met me before, to give you a bit of context as well of what was diabetes management like with sport before I had any technology, to discuss what I'm using currently, and also to talk about how things have changed. We'll look at what the future might look like, and then I'm very excited to welcome a special guest at the end as well. So just briefly, my disclosures there. I am a registered diabetes dietitian, but today I'm wearing the hat of a patient or a person living with diabetes first. So by way of introduction, as Di kindly mentioned, I am an athlete, and I've been a track athlete for, gosh, a very long time when you see it like that, so 16 years or so. In the last year or two, I've become also a youth academy coach, which has been an incredible privilege, trying to support the next generation of athletes to come through as well. I also happen to have type 1 diabetes, although, you know, that doesn't dictate what I can and can't do in sport, but it does require a little bit more preparation and consideration. I am an insulin pumper, and I also write a blog about sport, technology, and type 1 diabetes, which is Life Sport Diabetes, and that's all of my social as well if you want to take a look. And so in terms of my sporting career, my events are the 100 and 200 metre sprints and relays. I like the short stuff, I like the fast stuff. It is incredibly demanding for that short period of time, but that's just always been my passion and where I was drawn to on the track. I've been a Welsh record holder and a Welsh champion, and also a British medalist as well, all with living with diabetes. And the kind of requirements in terms of training and getting to that level of athletics have been that I'm training 6 out of 7 days of the week in multiple kind of different disciplines. So that might be Olympic weightlifting in the gym, it's sprinting on track, it's speed endurance, it's sand dunes. Contrary to popular belief, it's not just running fast on the track. You need all of these different elements to help you run faster, get stronger as well. So as you can imagine, that's an incredible amount of demand on my diabetes, because hypothetically, no 2 days are the same. And so kind of taking you back to the days before I had technology to manage my diabetes whilst doing sport, I started athletics actually 3 years after I was diagnosed with type 1. And I went on to 2 injections a day when I was diagnosed, but by that time I was on 4 injections a day, just to give me a little bit more freedom, I suppose, with my diabetes management. And the technology that I had was a blood glucose monitor. That was literally it, not the one pictured. It was probably about 3 times the size of that, and quite a bit heavier too. And I remember there used to be an awfully long wait. It was probably about 10-20 seconds from when you put the blood on the strip and you were counting down, which felt like an absolute age if you were, you know, concerned about what the result was going to be. And so I was kind of also reliant on things like jelly babies and having all these different strategies in place because yeah, it was just kind of snapshots of information with the technology that I had at my fingertips, as it were. And to describe it in one word, before technology and managing sport, it was hard. Yes, it was possible, but it was quite challenging because I didn't really know what was going on between times, between finger pricks. And as you can imagine, with the demands of sport, things can kind of move quite quickly. And so my blood glucose diary became really, really useful because I was doing my best there to work with the healthcare professionals to try and pick out the trends and the patterns of what was going on. But unfortunately as well, that method involved trial and error, that I had to kind of work out what strategies work best for me, which in many respects I am thankful for, because it's taught me a lot and I understand my diabetes in relation to sport, whether I'm using technology or not. But it was more difficult because of course it did provide me with less data to analyse, and as I say, there have been a few tough lessons along the way there. So the first bit of new technology, as you might call it, that I got was my insulin pump. So I've been on a pump for 12 years now, and I've been on a couple of different ones over the years because it's been such a long time. I remember the first one that I had, I kind of thought, to be honest, I didn't really want an insulin pump because I couldn't picture how it was going to fit in with doing my sport. Where was I going to put it? What was I going to do with it? Is it going to weigh me down? I just had so many questions. But my diabetes management kind of dictated that I needed to try something different. So, you know, I had to be open to the idea. And the first one, whilst I was grateful to have it, was a bit of a challenge because it wasn't waterproof. And in athletics, for probably about 95% of the year, I train outdoors. So every time it rained or every time I had a really sweaty circuit session, I'd be petrified that I was going to break my pump. Thankfully, I didn't, but you know, that kind of used to play in the back of my mind. And it was, pumps were heavier, you know, 12 years ago. But what some of the things that I did like is that I could start to move towards more refined insulin doses as opposed to when I was on injections. And at the time, I was very lucky that I had access to a sports psychologist as well, because I didn't know anybody else really that was doing sport to that level with type 1 diabetes, let alone trying to manage an insulin pump as well. So with the sports psychologist, we worked on things like I would kind of practice with my coach taking the pump off and trusting that they would be at the finish line when I finished my race, because I would take it off for the 24 seconds it would take me to run the 200 meters. And we just kind of work through the kind of the psychology of that really, and what it's like to have this diabetes device on show. And then the next piece of technology that came along, and again, I'm sure you're going to see a pattern here, but I was a little bit resistant to it, was a continuous glucose monitor. So again, they were a little bit bigger than they are now back in the day. And in sprinting, particularly when we're indoors, the track is 200 meters as opposed to 400. So it makes the bends very, very tight. And so having chunky technology, or how I perceived it on my body, I was kind of worried about being streamlined or being distracted when, you know, all I wanted to do was focus on my performance. But then as soon as I did start using the continuous glucose monitor, all of a sudden I got to see what was happening between the snapshots. So I kind of, the way I describe it is that finger pricks are a bit of a photograph of what's going on, whereas the CGM is much more of a video, and it helps to give much more information in terms of the trends and the patterns. And that was just a real game changer, absolutely sensational, because it wasn't just about what I could see was going on at the track and when I was training. It was all of the other hours that you spend when you're not training, but you're still trying to manage your diabetes, and also the after effects of training too. When I moved on to the Medtronic 640G system, and I got to have suspend before low, honestly, that started to be some of the best night's sleep that I'd ever had, because I started to kind of I suppose you have to trust your technology. And I think that's a really fundamental point when technology is new to you, is that you start to build this relationship with it. And I just kind of, I just started to sleep better because I felt like there was something helping me to manage my diabetes overnight. Whereas before, I was obviously trying to manage my nutrition before bed. I was making sure my blood glucose levels were in the right place, which I still do now, but there was also this extra help in hand too. And it just meant having an insulin pump and having the CGM, I could just be that much more responsive to performance as well. So whether that was in the warm-up area of a competition or whether that was in training, with the injections, obviously once the insulin goes in, that is where you are and you need to manage things around it. Whereas with the more refined doses, it just made things a little bit easier. And then another game changer came onto the market with a flash glucose monitoring in the Freestyle Libre. And that was just such an interesting technology to come about because I just couldn't have pictured it. I couldn't have pictured being able to swipe to see what my glucose readings were. And this was really, I started by kind of, after a blogger trial, I self-funded for this because all of a sudden it just gave me this discretion, being able to swipe on the go to find out what was going on. My coaches learned how to swipe me as well before you could share the data. And it just felt like I wasn't alone in managing my diabetes. And I still chose to use it with my CGM as well, because I think I was moving towards the thought process that I wanted everything to work together. And it was great, particularly say in winter training where you're really layered up, hats, gloves, everything else, loads of layers on top. It just meant that I could keep my pump safe and warm on me and then just swipe when I needed to. So that was again a great game changer. And when I ran the Swansea half marathon for the world record attempt, it was great to kind of be able to be part of this research project as well that was using the Freestyle Libre that a lot of us joined remotely. So great to be able to contribute towards research into type 1 and technology. And then again, just a couple of years later, another game changer that came along was a newer insulin, because I'd been on the same insulin for a decade and I was managing as best I could with that. But then when Fiasp came along, it just really seemed to suit me. My healthcare professional suggested that I try it because I was having a couple of issues. And yeah, it's everybody's, it's your personal journey and what suits you. But having a new insulin, again, was a great opportunity to try and refine my diabetes that much more, which meant kind of in terms of performance for athletics, there were improvements there as well. I just seemed to benefit from the quicker onset and quicker offset, maybe because of the nature of sprinting. And it gave me that tighter blood glucose level management, as I mentioned. And the other thing, particularly in the 200 meters with sprinting, is really, it's kind of like a competition of who can manage their lactic acid levels best. And I find that if blood glucose levels are on the higher side, or if you're dehydrated, then, still safe enough to train, but higher, then I do reach my lactic acid threshold that much sooner, which is not something that I want. So kind of going after the good blood glucose level management is definitely better for optimum performance. So were there any disadvantages of the technology that I've been fortunate to have over the last few years? So one of them, I suppose, is that you're always connected, and how you feel about that varies from person to person. For me now, doesn't bother me in the slightest, but it was a thought that I was thinking about before I had access to technology. Well, how am I going to feel about my diabetes always being on show? I just couldn't decide. But as I got the benefits of the technology, it just mattered to me less and less. Because it is frequently on show, I used to get, or I still get, a lot more questions such as, is that an MP3 player? Does that play music? Or I've been told in the warm-up area of competitions where there's a rule that you're not allowed to have music so that you can hear what's going on around you. I've been told that I'm not allowed music, where people have thought that my insulin pump is a music playing device. And there have been a lot more questions in between as well. But in conclusion, technology and diabetes and sport have been a sensational combination for me, because they've allowed me to keep my focus on performance. Because even though I know my diabetes needs to be managed in the background, it doesn't have to be so prominent in your mind all of the time with technology. That's what I found. I've also found that I can respond better to the needs of my diabetes during training. And in terms of the future of technology, for me, I think it's technology starting to work together for people. So it's not just CGM, it's not just pumps, it's not just new insulins, it's all of these things working together to build this kind of better picture for people living with type 1 diabetes, so that we don't have to think about our diabetes as much as we do now. But if you were to say to me 12 years ago when I got my pump that I would feel so passionate about technology, I'd have kind of said, oh, I don't know. But as far as I'm concerned, I would never go back to the days where I didn't have an insulin pump, because it's just been such a game changer for me. So thank you ever so much for listening to my thoughts on technology. And now it's my pleasure to welcome our very special guest, Finn Goff and his mum, Bethan.
Hello.
Hi Finn, how you doing?
Good, thank you. You?
I'm fine, thank you. Welcome, it's great to have you here.
Good to be here as well.
So if it's okay, I'd just like to ask you a couple of questions about your diabetes and how you manage it with sport. Super. So I understand you were diagnosed with type 1 diabetes quite a few years ago. Was it about 8 years ago?
Yeah, when I was 2.
Gosh, okay. So you're 11 now?
Yeah.
And a professional at managing type 1 diabetes, I think. So would you mind if we started by you explaining to people what sports you do at the moment?
I started playing rugby at the age of 5. I played for my school, my local club and my district. But I've also recently joined my local football team as well, because they play on Saturdays and my rugby team plays on Sundays. So I can play the both of them.
Okay, fantastic. Balancing 2 different sports there then. Amazing. And so with kind of being diagnosed with type 1 diabetes, how did you feel about going to do sport then?
Obviously, because I was 2, I can't really remember it. But my mother told me that she wasn't going to let me stop doing anything that I wanted to do. So I tried to focus more on playing sport than my diabetes. So I just tried to stick to playing rugby and not going off track with my diabetes and that.
Okay, that sounds like a great plan that you've had, managing your diabetes so that you can do so well in your sport. And what was it like managing your diabetes and doing sport before you had technology?
Well, I had the finger prick, but I didn't have the Dexcom or anything, so I couldn't see my blood. So I can remember one time when I think it was my first ever rugby tour. I was playing tag rugby, and my mother could see that I was really disorientated, and then she took me off. My bloods I think were 2.1, so it was really hard to manage, because then I don't think I played. We had 2 games left, and I don't think I played both of them because my blood sugars were so low.
So that was a real challenge before you had the technology, because you couldn't see what was going on whilst you were playing.
Yeah.
Sounds like a real tricky one. And what kind of technology do you use now, Finn?
I have the Android APS, like Norman said earlier, which is connected to my phone, Dexcom, and my pump. So they all send messages to each other. So when I'm playing the rugby and football, if my bloods go low, then they tweak out. They do all different things to make them go into the right level, so I can stay on and carry on playing.
Amazing. And I understand Mum is an amazing support on the sidelines as well, that she's there with her technology, keeping an eye on things with you.
Yeah.
Yeah, super. Okay. And so what would you say to somebody who's a little bit worried about doing sport or managing their technology and their diabetes?
Well, I can remember me first wanted to start rugby, and I felt like quite scared and intimidated because I didn't really know what diabetes was. So I didn't know if I was allowed to play the sport. But my mother took me to my club and then told the coaches, and then the coaches were like really helpful. And then ever since then, I've just carried on playing. So you might be scared and intimidated, but just go tell people that you've got diabetes and everything should be fine.
That sounds like brilliant advice, Finn. As you say, getting the coaches involved because they're there to support you and help you. And living with diabetes is nothing to be ashamed of, as you know, as we hope that we show when we're doing our sport and managing our condition. And so, where do you hope to go with your sport in the future?
Hopefully, play for Wales.
Yeah, amazing. Fantastic. Well, it sounds like you've got the right attitude and you're managing your diabetes, as you say, as best you can. So I will keep everything crossed and be supporting you from the sidelines. Thanks so much for speaking to me, Finn. It's been great.
Yeah, thank you.
Welcome.
For once, I'm lost for words. That was absolutely magical, Mel. Finn, I'm with you on that, my friend. I used to be scared and intimidated when I was playing rugby as well. Nothing to do with diabetes. It was the 20 or so bulky souls heading in my direction. So I'm with you on that count. God. How about, I mean, Mel, obviously, we've got no time for questions. We're pushing for time at the moment. But thank you, and that was fantastic. You've introduced another star into the world, I think, which is brilliant. Thank you very, very much. Fantastic. Okay, guys, look, we got a question for you this time. A bit of a poll just to pick up on activity, and then we'll move ourselves onward. And the question is going to be again, how many of you found being active is a challenge because of your type 1? There we go, up it comes. How many of you found being active is a challenge because of your type 1? This is not being active, it's a challenge full stop, but being active because of your type 1. So let's get the vibe right on this. And again, the second part is, have you found tech to be a help with you being active? You know, again, going back to my time with Sam when he was little, we went to the swimming pool not long after he'd been diagnosed. Honestly, the amount of stuff I took with me, I had bottles of Coke, I had packets of opal fruits, you name it, I had it. And of course, you know, we were only in and out the water in minutes anyway. We didn't need it, but you certainly went prepared when you went into these things. So how are you doing on there? And of course, we haven't got the results here. Yeah, it can be a challenge, can't it? You know, and sometimes, and not at all for 14%. So obviously you've got yourselves well sorted out there. And there's a massive yes here, and this makes a big difference if you've got the tech there. I'm surprised that such a small percentage say no. I mean, funny, if I did, myself and Paul Coker, we do the Swansea Marathon without COVID, etc. And we ran that a couple of years back. We were trying to get as many people with type 1 as we could to run Swansea half. And we had, I think, 68 people, something of that kind. One of whom was in his 80s. Anthony was an amazing guy, 80 odd years old. And the worst thing was he beat me hollow. And I was hang my head in shame that particular. Now, in terms of Finn, but a quickie, I was going to ask you another question here. Who thinks that Finn will play for Wales? Well, I blew that out because we all know he's going to play for Wales. And we know again that we're going to beat England when he does. So there you go. Take that home and think about it. Anyway, apart from Finn, as you know, I keep going on about this because it's true. I've met an awful lot of amazing people since I've joined the UK. And again, you know, few stand out apart from Finn, and this next speaker is honestly, he's a real one-off. Now, Camille basically approached me at a DUK Insiders meeting as part of the mega DUK professional conference we hold every year, and he said he enjoyed the previous Type 1 and Tech conference, but it would have been much better had I covered apps. Now, I agreed and said that I didn't know much about apps for diabetes, or anyone that did for that matter. Turned out Camille knew somebody who did quite well. In fact, this is alter ego. In fact, it is not so secret cyber identity, which is @Nerdabetic. Now, nobody knows diabetes apps quite like Camille, so he's with us today to tell you all about it. Come on, Camille, show us your stuff.
Hi, everyone. I'm so excited to be spending the next 15 minutes with you guys. Thanks, Di, for that introduction. Yeah, I am incredibly excited to see apps really being mentioned at events like this more and more. And I hope that I will be able to share a couple of really great examples of what is out there. And so I think I have control of the slides. So just to give you a very quick introduction to myself, I'm Camille. I've been living with type 1 diabetes for 8 years now. I was diagnosed in 2012, just before the Olympics, and I've been on an insulin pump for the last 4 years. And around 3 years ago, I started a YouTube channel about diabetes technology, discussing various things, pumps, CGMs, blood glucose meters, and apps. And so, yeah, my YouTube name is Nerdabetic if you want to check that out. And so my goal with the next 15 minutes is really to give you some tangible examples, to give you some apps which you can download as soon as this talk is over, and hopefully something that can really help with day-to-day management of your diabetes. So I've just got a couple of apps which I think are really incredible, some new ones and some old ones. There are thousands of apps that you can download that will, some better, some worse, and I've just picked couple of my personal favorites. Now, I have to start by talking about 2 NHS apps. The first one, the NHS app, which I've been advocating for years, which you can use to order your repeat prescription. If you have your Freestyle Libre on repeat prescription, you can also reorder it there, so you don't have to go to the GP to hand in the little piece of paper. Especially great during the COVID times. If you want to set that up, you need to call or go to your GP and request an access code. Enter that 16-digit code into the app to set it up, and it will reduce the number of times you need to go to the GP, hopefully. And then the second one, I'm sure you've heard about the NHS COVID-19 app many times, but I had to mention it. It's a critical component of the NHS track and trace system, and it alerts you if you have been exposed to someone who has been tested positive for COVID-19. So please make sure you check it out. And so the first diabetes specific app that I wanted to talk about is called Quinn, which is very, very new, has been launched over the last couple of weeks. And it's a medical app, which is really the whole aim of this app is to help you make decisions based on what worked in the past. So it's designed for people on multiple daily injections with continuous glucose monitors. And one of the coolest thing about it is the What's Ahead graph. Which is actually able to show you how your blood glucose level is likely to behave going forward based on how the food that you ate in the past affected your glucose level. So for example, if you're eating beans and toast and you enter that you are eating beans and toast, you can carb count or not carb count. You can just say if you have a large, medium or small portion. It will actually show you the last couple of times you've eaten that meal, and you can see how your glucose behaved the last time you ate it. It's fully personalized, and actually it learns how your glucose reacts to foods, etc. So Quinn, a UK-based app, so you are also supporting a UK business if you download it completely free. Next one is truly classic in terms of carb counting. So if you do carb count, Carbs and Cows, they also have a physical, I think a book if you want that, but I prefer their apps, which is updated on regular basis. So they add new products to their app on ongoing basis. So what's great with this app is that it shows you different portion sizes, so you can carb count very accurately without having to weigh your food. You can just look at the pictures and see exactly what the food looks like. So here is an example of a curry that I might be having tonight, and you can see pictures of what the food looks like, and that gives you the carbohydrate content, as well as calories, protein, fat, so you can track all of your nutritions like that, and add multiple meals, as multiple dishes as well, to make a combined meal if you feel like having a dessert, and why not let's say a brownie. So if I just move on to the next app that I wanted to just briefly talk about is MyFitnessPal, which is also an app which allows you to track your carbohydrates for carb counting. The great feature of this app that I particularly love is a barcode feature. So if you buy a ready product in the supermarket, you can actually scan the barcode that the product has, the same barcode that you would scan if you go in through a self-checkout. And so on the video, it will show you exactly how that's done. So you just enter that you are having food. You can obviously select if it's breakfast, lunch, or dinner. And the QR symbol at the top allows you to just quickly scan something that you're having on the go, for example, a sandwich if you're having lunch, which is just incredibly convenient. The one thing that I would say about this app is that obviously you need to make sure the portion size is correct. So if you are scanning something like Haribo's, if you just scan the QR code, the information for that will be for the entire box. So you can treat yourself and have the entire box, but if you don't, just make sure the portion size is correct. Next one is called Abbott. You can also download this today. All of those apps are available in the App Store right now. And it's an app for type 1 and type 2s with CGMs. And it uses historic data to predict your blood glucose level 60 minutes in advance. It gets more accurate the longer you use it. So if you do decide to give this one a go, please allow it at least 2 weeks to really get to know you and get to know how your body responds to foods. It's also able to predict a hypo 9 hours ahead. So for example, if it can predict that you are likely to go low overnight before you go to bed, using really clever artificial intelligence. So I've actually been using it for a really long period of time, and it doesn't work all the time, but it really is shocking to me just how accurate the 60-minute predictions are. So yeah, if you have a CGM, it uses Night Scout and Dexcom share functionality. So you can, any CGM that works with Night Scout, you can also use here. Next one is for those of you who might use finger pricks. I tried to make this list of apps as diverse as possible. So if you do not have a CGM, this is a great app which allows you to simply track which finger you finger pricked on, which I'm sure many of you are well aware that finger pricking in the same spot of your finger is really unhealthy, and it can cause lose of sensation in your fingers. So this one just allows you to track. It's a very kind of modern way of just doing Monday, Tuesday, Thursday, Friday. We all used to do that, I'm sure. So finger prick is a great addition. And here's just a short video showing you how it works. You can select right and left arm, and then which finger, and then area on the finger to make sure you don't use the same finger all the time. And the next app is really an app, and I loved the point that Mel made about really combining information together. And so My Sugar is an app which allows you to record all of your diabetes information and beyond. It's basically a digital logbook. I'm sure many of you would have a paper logbook that you would log your blood glucose into and all of those information, and this is a digital version of that. What I particularly love about it is that it allows you to tag your events. So things like if you're stressed, if you might be working from home, for women, menstrual period, all of those things, you can actually tag those in the app to have information about why a particular glucose level might be higher, might be lower, and then in your own time you can then look to see if there are any areas that you would like to discuss with your healthcare professional. It also has a bolus calculator, so similar to Quinn. If you enter carbohydrates and your current glucose level, it will actually recommend how big your injection should be, how many units of insulin you should take if you are on multiple daily injections. And so that's it from me. There we go. Still playing the video. There you go. Thank you so much. I hope you found that useful, and I hope there's been something that you can take away and really have a tangible improvement in. And if there are any questions, feel free to reach out on YouTube or Instagram or Twitter at Neurobetic. Thanks a lot, Di, for having me.
Camille, absolute pleasure as ever. Had I not had you, there are an awful lot of women in the valleys that have gone ballistic. You've got a hell of a fan club down here in Wales. You know that, don't you? And
thank you.
If ever you need a manager or somebody to help keep these folk under control, give me a shout. And for a small cut, I'll facilitate that for you, sir. Smashing stuff as usual. Really appreciate that. Thank you very, very much. Okay, as ever, Camilla's got blogs on this topic. He's on YouTube. There's a lot more stuff available from Camilla. He's a real source of information there. Well worth looking at. Okay, a quick poll coming in here. With the end is in sight, folks. The end is in sight. We will get back for Christmas. Okay. Do you ever use apps yourself to help you manage your type 1? Very straightforward, yes or no answer. I'm catering for the tiredness you're probably feeling by now, but I said the end is in sight. So do you use apps to manage your diabetes? And whilst you're thinking about that, because the beauty of the system we've got so far is, and this is what Camille was saying, both he and Mel, and indeed Norman in a slightly more radical way, are combining different systems here to provide something customized for their own use. You know, that's good, 58%. So there's 42% of you there. I've got these delights in store. So please have a look at Camille's sites there, and he'll guide you on your way. Thank you very much indeed. Now, Camille, of course, also mentioned COVID during his talk, one of the apps there helping with COVID and things of that sort. And to say that 2020 has been different would be something of an understatement, due, of course, to COVID-19. I mean, way back in the early March, I was sent back home from work along with most of my colleagues at Diabetes UK. It's been a frightening time for anyone, but diabetes, you know, it kept being singled out all the time on the radio and television, etc., etc. So it's been a very frightening period for people who've got diabetes. And like all crises, COVID brought out the worst of people, you know, all this panic buying you couldn't get a loo roll for love nor money. It also brought out the very, very best. Now, whilst I and my team sat in our kitchens, etc., to plan out what was the next best way what could we do to support the diabetes community, a group of diabetes specialist nurses, you know, these guys are like special, they wouldn't be called that otherwise. Yes, you know, and these guys were particularly special because this particular group, the DSN network, came up with an idea how to use tech to support people living with diabetes using Twitter, and they called it Diabetes 101. It's a wonderfully inventive system. They were really quick off the mark, and they offered a lifeline for so many during those dark days. And of course, they're back on for the second wave. There was, of course, a Wales contingent. There always has to be a Wales contingent. I would say that, wouldn't I? Rebecca Thomas, she works in ophthalmology in Swansea University, and she's terrific. And our very own Dr. Rose Stewart. I say our very own because she's one of our clinical champions from, well, she's from North Wales, working in Betsy Cadwallader. And we are lucky enough to have Rose today to tell us a little bit about how she used technology to support the entire community during those dark days. Rose, take it away.
Thank you, Di, for the introduction, and thank you to all of you for making the time to attend the conference and this session. So my name is Rose and I'm a diabetes psychologist, and last year you might remember that I attended the conference in Swansea talking about the role of social media in the diabetes community. And this year, where our lives have been completely turned upside down, I'm going to be extending that talk a bit and thinking about the role that social media and the internet have played during the COVID pandemic. So we know that one of the overwhelming themes for COVID has been that it's pulled us apart in a really big way, and life has not been going on as normal at all. So we know that when COVID first came to the UK in a big way in March 2020, and we had that first lockdown, that we were dealing with a completely new situation. We had seen nothing like this in living memory in the Western world. And so there was a huge amount of learning and a real hunger for information as to what was going on here, what we could do, when this would end, and how would life change for us. And we know that for people with long-term conditions and people with diabetes, there was a massive increase in anxiety over and above the general anxiety that was being felt by everybody. So there was real questions about how worried people needed to be about COVID and what impact that might have on them as a person living with diabetes. We know that the guidance in the early stages was very confusing, and a lot of that was because we genuinely didn't know in the research what the risks were to people living with diabetes. And it was only as that research developed and we gathered more evidence that we were able to start giving people proper guidance on how worried they needed to be and the steps that they should be taking to keep themselves safe during COVID. And we know that there was a massive disruption to diabetes services, that lots of appointments got cancelled and still are very disrupted. And a lot of people had difficulty accessing their normal avenues of care, whether that be with their diabetes team or their GP or their eye screening service. We know that things suddenly became very, very different when it came to accessing healthcare. And there were lots of issues going on within the NHS. So staff in lots of different teams got redeployed to help bolster the staffing and wards in COVID areas. And we know that for lots of our staff, they were working flat out to try and make things better for the people that they support, but also to cope with the new demands that COVID was putting onto them. Something that we've really discovered during COVID is that a lot of the information governance processes within the NHS were not at all helpful. So for particular in my trust, we discovered that we weren't actually allowed to keep anybody's email addresses on file. So when it came to being able to communicate information with people quickly, that became very, very difficult, and lots of steps had to be taken in order to modernise NHS information governance procedures so that we could start getting in contact with people. And as I've said previously, we didn't have a lot of the answers that people with diabetes were asking us for. So we didn't know a lot of the research evidence that we do now. So there was lots of anxiety and lots of speed learning that had to take place. So what are some of the things that happened during COVID and are continuing to happen to try and breach some of these gaps? So we know that there were some particular challenges for services, and these are some of the kinds of questions that were being asked. So how can we overcome some of these communication barriers without putting extra pressure on staff who were already incredibly stressed and overworked? And another question that had a particular focus for me was thinking about how can we maximise access to support and resources where it's not routinely available in services. So as a diabetes psychologist, I was incredibly aware of this increased anxiety in people. People were saying that they were worrying all the time, that they couldn't sleep, that they were really stressed. And we know that the vast majority of people weren't able to access diabetes psychology services anyway, even before COVID. So it was thinking about knowing that we have these knowledge, we have these skills and the resources that we can give to people, but how can we get it out there into the wider world so that it can make the most impact? So we really had to think about modernizing the way that we work. And there were lots of different ways of doing this. So we've already discussed things like CGM and Libre, and they were absolutely key when it came to modernising services. So virtual clinic appointments suddenly became a massive component of diabetes care. And being able to upload your information and your data so that your clinician could look at the computer on their end of the clinic and see all of your updates in real time was absolutely fundamental to being able to effectively run diabetes services without having people physically enter the building. And we know that lots of education programs suddenly went online. So whether that was carb counting courses or things like the Desmond program, we know that there's been this huge drive to connect people online. And for those of us who've been working in the NHS, virtual meetings, and I guess this is across the board as well, have become a huge part of our lives. And for lots of us, that has actually been very effective. And we know that these virtual meetings are often missing components of the real meeting, so buffets and biscuits, for example. But at the same time, we've been able to overcome lots of the physical barriers that we might have had to work with previously, and it's really changed the way that we work. Something that we've also seen a lot of is diabetes teams really thinking about the presentation of the information that they give to people. And I wonder, when we look back on this period of time in the future, whether terms like the age of the infographic will be used, because suddenly the ability to share things on email and on social media became really, really key to the way that we communicate with the people who use our services. And this was something that services all over the UK and further around the world started to do. And good quality infographics really did spread all around the world. So this one that you can see here on your screen is one that we developed within our service, and because it happened to come out at the right time and it was in a format that people found useful, it ended up going all the way to Australia and being translated into 36 different languages. So it just goes to show that actually investing in resources in the NHS and making them look good can be just as key as the information in those resources as well. And another really radical way of supporting people with diabetes came out in the Diabetes 101 account on Twitter. So this was a group that was brought together in March of healthcare professionals across the UK who were already high-profile users of Twitter. And we were faced with this task of trying to develop online support and information resources for people living with diabetes, in the hope that it would take some of the pressure off our colleagues working in diabetes services, because we were very aware that lots of our colleagues were being faced with the same questions over and over again. So particularly questions about what's safe to work from and should I be shielding were really, really prominent questions that people had in those early stages of COVID. So the account was set up to try and provide people with the information and the support that they needed as well. And I know, talking to lots of colleagues about this who maybe aren't so active on social media, there was a bit of snobbery, maybe, about whether this kind of format was appropriate for NHS staff. But I will let the results speak for themselves. So these are some of the results that we've already collected on the Diabetes 101 account. And what you can see here is that actually the level of interaction with people with diabetes has been absolutely astonishing. So well over 5,000 followers, and we've had multiple people say that they have started using Twitter purely to be able to access this account. So people really want to use the information that's involved in there. And very high levels of interaction. So people aren't just sitting there and scrolling through, they're engaging with the information and they're retweeting and using the information for themselves and for the benefits of their own followers. And a really key component of what we did on the account, as well as providing the information and the regular support for people, was that we started to develop these educational tutorials on a regular basis. And so these are often covering topics that were essential for people with diabetes to know, but weren't routinely provided within NHS care. So topics on things like understanding how eye screening works, or foot care, or applying psychological processes to your own diabetes management. These are things that people may encounter to some degree in discussions with their healthcare team or in patient-facing literature, but actually a huge number of people wouldn't routinely be offered that information. So we had this real opportunity to give people education and information that they might not routinely be able to access. And what you can see is that for the 19 tutorials that we've done to date, we've had over 1 million impressions, which is a huge number of people being able to access information and resources and understanding that they might not previously ever have been able to access. And what we've also seen is that when we recorded some of our tutorials as video sessions, is that they've also had a really high interaction rate when we've put them on YouTube. So there's clearly a real hunger for this information, and it's something that is definitely worth looking into in the long term. So, bit of crystal ball gazing here and thinking about the future directions and which bits of this practice we might see sticking around once COVID has hopefully been brought down to a tiny level or entirely eradicated by clever vaccines. So I think that these 4 areas are going to be absolutely key in diabetes care over the next 5 to 10 years. I think we're going to start seeing a much increased focus on the NHS digital offer. So I think where education has gone online, I don't think we are going to see a significant amount of that reverting back to in-person education, because we were already aware that a large number of people weren't able to access educational groups because of things like work or childcare commitments. So being able to access things digitally has been really, really important. And I think that we are going to see a much bigger increase in the number of trusts that use social media or use websites in order to give people information. Something else that I think we're going to see a lot more of is going to be connecting local services together to create national services, particularly when you have small groups. So, for example, if you have a group of people who are interested in high-level exercise and athleticism when it comes to living with type 1 diabetes, there might not be sufficient numbers of people within a local service to merit a group or a professional clinic. But if you took the number of people across the UK with the interest, there might well be enough people to actually merit there being something like a national exercise and type 1 diabetes service. And I think we're going to get more of this going on. So I work in young adult services, and I wonder if we're going to start seeing things like national young adult support groups cropping up, because this helps local teams to share resources, and it also allows people to connect outside of their local area, which is really, really key. We've already started to see a lot of local Diabetes UK, for example, support groups going online. And I think that this might be a continuing theme. Again, there were lots of people who weren't able to access those traditional, maybe a Tuesday afternoon support group. And so having online options that could be delivered at a range of times across the UK is going to be something that I think we'll see a lot more of. And then finally, I really hope that once we are able to go back to having clinics as normal, that actually we continue to give people the choice when it comes to the format of their clinics and their appointments, because we know that not everybody can travel to come to clinic, and that it can become a really inconvenient part of your day. So giving people the option of a face-to-face appointment or being able to have something like a virtual review, I think will become a much more core component of how we offer NHS services. So just to leave you on this quote, I think reflecting on what we've learned during COVID is that actually one of the most painful and yet strongest things that's come through is the importance of connection with other human beings, and the importance of connection is just as key when it comes to the relationship between people living with diabetes and their diabetes teams. So I'm really hoping that this is something that becomes a long-term part of diabetes care. And I hope that you've all been able to stay safe during the current COVID pandemic. And I'm really looking forward to answering any questions that you have after this presentation. Thank you, Di, for the
Fantastic. I've got me sound back. Fantastic. Rose, brilliant. That was really, really good. I've got one question for you, actually. It's interesting. This came through a little earlier in the day, but it's very pertinent here. And I'll read out, is there any data on improvement in mental health for people who are offered diabetes tech? All the qualifying criteria for tech are physical improvements in HbA1c, etc. Our mental health doesn't seem to figure at all. Well, does mental health count in terms of getting hold of tech? And does tech help mental health indeed?
Yeah, there's some quite interesting data actually that came from a really big national audit that was conducted by ABCD, which is a group of diabetologists in England. And one of the centres involved in that audit actually looked at the effect on diabetes distress. And they found that giving people access to, this was an audit on Flash and Libre, they found that giving people access to that did actually improve diabetes distress. I think it's really important to recognise that technology doesn't suit everybody, and for some people it can cause new stresses that you weren't even aware of. But for a lot of people, because it can do a lot of the heavy lifting in terms of your diabetes burden and make life just that bit easier for you, for a lot of people it takes a huge amount of the stress out of living with diabetes, and then that has a really big positive knock-on effect on people's psychological health.
Rose, thank you so much, and thank you so much for all you're doing to bring psychology into the front of many of these discussions, etc. Owe you a great deal. Thank you again. Thank you. And again, I mean, I think this is terribly important because I was involved in the business case in one of the health boards in Wales for improved diabetes services in secondary care, and the business case was turned down at an early stage simply because the powers that be, higher ups as we call them, simply couldn't understand why there was a case for psychology there. The comment was, what on earth has psychology got to do with living with type 1? Now, if there's a question, could have kept Rose going all afternoon on that, because that's key. And some of the literature that Rose has done on that, on diabetes burnout, needle phobia, etc., all in a series called Talking Type 1, they're well worth getting a hold of. And another thing that Rose said, again, the very platform we're on now, Zoom, it's a fantastic tool to unite the patient voice, especially with local hubs around clinics, that kind of thing. Joining up in networks, for example, now what better way to drive a campaign for example, a campaign to improve the availability of tech. There's a thought for you all now. Give us a shout on this in the weeks to come. And of course, we already started with the big one in the Southwest, which is a fantastic way of meeting up. Look out for a big one opening up in an area near you. So looking forward to that coming up. Now again, finally, we are there. We're almost there. We're saving the best till last. Rose will kill me for that, but still, to close, we've got Emma Wilmot. Again, I've tried to get Emma here for years. We've had weddings, all sorts of things have got in the way. I've met up with Peter Jennings and her recommendation in the process. Thank you for that, Emma. And she's the essence of what type 1 and tech is all about. After all, Emma understands type 1 better than many healthcare professionals. Indeed, how tech can revolutionize the management of type 1. So much so that she started the Diabetes Technology Network. That's the thing that Alistair co-chairs when we started off so many hours ago. So Emma, tell us, how can we get more people to benefit from tech? You can guide us.
Thank you very much. Well, congratulations on such a fantastic day. Some really brilliant sessions and topics covered there. And so if we can have my first slide, please. So how do we get more people to benefit from diabetes technology? big question, and I think we've heard a lot today, but I'm going to give you my slant on it. So move on to the next slide. These are my disclosures, and we move on to the next slide. So, I'm a diabetes consultant. I spend my day in, day out, I'm working with people with type 1 diabetes. And the one thing that really makes the hairs in the back of my neck stand up is when somebody comes back to clinic and says, Emma, this is life-changing. Now, there are a few interventions that can cause this response, and I'm just going to briefly touch upon them. So if we go to the next slide. So the first one is Daphne Structured Education. For any of you out there who are Daphne graduates, I am sure that you will agree that there's something really powerful about sitting in a group of other people with type 1 diabetes and sharing experiences and learning together. And that is definitely one of the big interventions that make people say to me, life-changing. Next slide. The next one is pump therapy. Without a doubt, people who start on pumps tend to come back and say, this has changed my life. Now, as diabetes teams, we tend to think about the impact on HbA1c and hypos, but that's just the tip of the iceberg, isn't it? There's so much more to it. No need for injections, easier to bolus, built-in bolus calculator, more accurate insulin dosing, but ultimately it's more flexibility that makes it life-changing. And the next slide. And I think people are increasingly getting access to flash glucose monitoring, continuous glucose monitoring. And again, having that data is so powerful. And again, life-changing. The hairs in the back of my neck go up when people come back telling me how wonderful this has been for their quality of life. And if we go to the next slide. But as we've heard today, this is where we're headed. The future is undoubtedly closed-loop therapy. Now, if you take the level of life-changingness about the technologies I've just mentioned, take that, multiply it, and that is what you get with a closed loop. Going to bed at night, not worrying about hypos, knowing you'll wake up with a glucose that's in target, knowing that that system is basically adjusting the insulin to keep you where you need to be. Literally life-changing. I'm worried about whether we in the UK are ready for access to this system because we have got issues to face. Next slide. So in the UK, myself, Alistair, lots of people have been really pushing access to technology, but we still have significant uphill battles here. We know that we've not got great access to structured education, as I mentioned, the life-changing intervention. We've got a tenfold variation in access to pump therapy, and we know that only 1 in 5 areas in England, at least, are commissioning continuous glucose monitoring in line with long-standing NICE recommendations. Next slide. So you may be familiar that JDRF have done the Pathway to Choice document, and Alistair and I were very privileged to get down to Westminster for the launch of this document. Next slide. So the 3 key take-home messages from JDRF's work on access to technology is that 1, people with type 1 diabetes should have more time with specialist healthcare professionals at appointments. If we're going to be discussing technology, we need the time to do it properly. But of course, that's only going to be effective if the healthcare professional that you're seeing knows what they're talking about. And we recognise that that is definitely an issue and it's something we're trying to address. And JDRF recognise this, suggesting that healthcare professionals should receive mandatory training on type 1 diabetes technology. And I'll come on to some of the things we've done around that shortly. And then finally, we should be looking at socioeconomic deprivation, people that often don't get access to technology. But in terms of upskilling healthcare professionals, myself, Alistair, Pratik Chowdhury, and many others are really keen that we equip healthcare professionals across the country with the skills and knowledge they need to have really informed discussions with you in clinic about which technologies can offer you whatever things you're looking for, and the ins and outs of the different products on the market. It's fast moving, difficult to keep up, but hopefully the launch of this academy that's just been launched this week will be an online tool which will help healthcare professionals get to that point. Next slide. And now you may be familiar as well that we've got continuous glucose monitoring in pregnancy being launched. And again, if you've got diabetes and you're pregnant or you're planning a pregnancy, then I would highly recommend that you go to Diabetes Technology Network and Google the CGM in pregnancy bit, because we've got some online modules that are not only for healthcare professionals, but also for people living with diabetes, because ultimately we're all learning together. Next slide. Now, JDRF had a look at where people go for access to information, and actually a lot of it is about healthcare professionals and also going to internet searches and other groups for type 1 diabetes. So if we go on to the next slide and then skip the next one on to the following, that's it. And actually, I want to reflect on the FLASH journey. Now, if we think about pump therapy, we've had access to the NICE guidance for pump therapy since 2008, but only 18% of people in England at the moment have got access to pump therapy. Compare that to FLASH. Within a couple of years, we're now at the point where over a third of people living with type 1 diabetes have got access to FLASH. Now, why is that? Well, actually, I think you guys have got a lot to do with this. We think way back to when FLASH launched. You had the chance to buy it, try it out. And the reason that we have got so much access to FLASH, I believe, is because you, the people who were using it, were knocking on our doors and saying, this is life-changing, we want this. Diabetes UK heard that message loud, and they put together the Fight for FLASH campaign. And I think together, healthcare professionals, people with diabetes, charities, were all pushing in the same direction in a way that simply didn't happen with pump therapy. And here we are with a third having access. And I think we need to learn from this journey and think about how we apply the components of access to FLASH to access to closed loop therapy, because we definitely have an uphill struggle ahead. Next slide. So when we think about living with type 1 diabetes and what really matters, if we want access to technology, how you communicate what matters to you is important, and peer support and discussing and spreading the word about the difference technology can make is really important. Next slide. So when we think about peer support in the context of type 1 diabetes, you know, what we've heard today, type 1 diabetes is really, really hard. There's no doubt about that. It's an endurance race, but the hard thing is there's no finish line. There's no end in sight, is there? There's no day off. And actually being able to connect to other people in the same boat is so empowering and can be revolutionary. Now, I joined as a consultant in Derby in 2015, and I always felt that peer support was really critical. So I got together with a couple of really keen individuals, and they set up a Facebook page for the population of Derby that have got type 1 diabetes. And I got myself and my colleagues in the clinic to hand out cards to spread the word that this existed. So this group now has over 500 members. And this is something that you can do in your locality. If you haven't got this locally, I would highly recommend it. But the next slide is going to have a video with feedback from members of that group, just to give you some insight into just how beneficial it can be. Go on to the next slide and play the video, that'd be great.
Hello, my name's Nick Rycroft. I'm a type 1 diabetic for the last 42 years, and I'm the co-founder of the Derby T1 Diabetic Facebook group. I co-founded it with Sean Carpenter some 4 years ago, and we've now got around about just under 500 people on the group. We decided, Sean and I, when we started it up, that there was a lack of local engagement in terms of peer group support for people with diabetes. So we worked with the local hospital to bring together people with experiences, to share those experiences, and potentially to meet socially.
My name's Satina Desange. I've had type 1 diabetes for nearly 19 years. I love the Facebook group. I think it's great. I suffer quite badly with social anxiety, so I struggle to talk to people in person. So when I joined the group, it was amazing to be able to talk to people online who go through similar things to me, to know that people relate to some of the things that I go through. Also, it's helped me a lot. I struggle with sick day rules quite a lot, and a lot of the times in the past I've ended up in hospital because I didn't know how to deal with it, whereas recently, if I just put on the group that I'm struggling, people will help me, give me suggestions on what to do. And there's a real great sense of community as well, because people will check up on you if you've not been well, and it's really friendly and really welcoming, and it makes you feel like you're not alone.
So my name's Brett O'Brien, and I've been a type 1 diabetic from Derby for about 18 months. And the type 1 Derby Facebook group I find really helpful for when you get into like sticky situations and you need a bit of help. I'll just tell you a little bit of story about me. So I was going to the Derby County football playoff final, so we had everything set up ready on the minibus, and then when I come to eat, when we were stopping at Milton Keynes, I checked my insulin pen and only had 3 units, which wasn't going to be enough for my planned carb intake for the day. So, panic-stricken, never happened to me before. I'd only been diabetic a year by then, and I rang 111, and they weren't much help until I got to London. So I thought, oh, I can't be the only person from Derby who's who's a type 1 diabetic who's going to the Derby County match. So I just did a little post in there, and literally within minutes there was 3 or 4 people pop up. And the first person was Adrian, and he was actually working at the game. So I just a few little messages to him, and then I met him outside, and he had a pen for me already. So saved the day. Not all heroes wear capes, and so that just shows just an example of how helpful it can be, where you all help each other out, and you are like a close community together. And it's also good because it can actually be quite, when you first diagnose it, I think it can be quite lonely. So it's nice to know that there's other people there as well who can support you.
My name's Sally Hewitt. I'm a type 1 diabetic. I'm also a student nurse. I've been diabetic for 27 years. For a lot of those years, I did feel quite alone. There wasn't even Facebook then, I don't think. So I've found, since I've been a member of the group, it does tend to make you feel like you're not alone, and there are other people out there, especially when they post their Libra lines, and you realise they're probably as bad as yours, and that makes everything seem a lot better. So in terms of support, I find it's very good in that way. You don't feel like you're doing such a bad job at what you're doing, and generally just makes you feel like you've got someone there if you ever needed that support and you were feeling in a bad space, that understands you and gets what you're going through. Because although we have a fantastic team at Derby, and I know some of the staff are type 1 diabetic, some aren't, and I think you find comfort sometimes just speaking to someone that does live with it, and that helps an awful lot.
Hello, my name's Derek Freeman. I've been type 1 diabetic for almost 19 years now. For many years after being diagnosed, I felt quite alone with diabetes, really. Knew very few people with it. Socially, I got to know a few people with diabetes following that. But the development of the group has really opened many avenues for us, really. Got to know a lot more people socially, and they've been a great help with the management of my diabetes, and more recently moving on with the new technology that's become available.
Hello, my name's Amy. I'm one of the lead diabetes specialist nurses at Royal Derby Hospital. I think the main thing for me in terms of the type 1 diabetes Facebook group is I just think it's helped clinically. In our area, we're able to then tell patients when they're feeling a little bit isolated or they're not able to always access us for questions. It's a really good tool for them to use. It's great for them to socialise, less feelings of isolation and anxiety. It can really help the new type 1s as well. Because sometimes when they're first diagnosed, they can feel quite isolated. And it's great that we can work in a clinical way and in the wider community, and it sort of brings that all together, which I think is brilliant in terms of Derby and how we manage diabetes, that we're all sort of singing from the same sort of hymn sheets, really.
I guess in summary, my view is that even if you see a healthcare professional maybe once or twice a year, it represents such a small amount of the time that you actually have to day-to-day manage diabetes, and we all know how much time that can take up. And so in setting the group up, and the way we did it was, there are no stupid questions. ask away, ask whatever you want. And there's usually somebody who's got the experience or the knowledge to help people and support them. And we now find in clinic that when you go into clinic, people talk and they talk together. In the past, I remember turning up and sitting there going, not talking to you, don't know who you are, and feeling very, very isolated. I think that's changed. And I think that's down to the way in which this group has pulled together in terms of the people on it.
So I hope that's given you some insight into just how much of a difference a group like that can make. As I've mentioned, there's absolutely no reason why you can't do this in your locality. Speak to your healthcare professionals, ask them to promote the group, set up a group, and before long you could have the same. The feedback that we've had is that this is life-changing for so many people. So next slide. So I think in summary, it is time to really focus on what matters. I think education and understanding of the technologies is an ongoing issue that we'll continue to address. At the Diabetes Technology Network, we are going to continue to fight hard on your behalf to make sure that you get access to the technology that you need for a better quality of life. To do that, we're going to need supportive, knowledgeable healthcare professionals. And again, we are addressing that and pushing to ensure that everybody is capable of having confident discussions around technology. But I think ultimately, if we're going to get access to technology, we need you to fight hard like you did for flash glucose monitoring, tell people how life-changing the experiences are, speak to the charities, and let's together as healthcare professionals, charities, people with diabetes, all work and push in the same direction. And I'm confident that eventually we will get there together. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Emma. What better way? You've really rounded things off nicely. Again, before we go, just a quick word again. I want to thank you all for joining us today and sticking with us. You know, everything that Emma said rang bells with us here. Again, I'm not going to promise you that the UK is going to sort this out for you. Quite simply, we can't. We can, however, be part of the solution. As Emma said, along with healthcare professionals, the Diabetes Technology Network, the JDRF, Diabetes 101, the many others that care, and of course you, people living with type 1 diabetes, we can do this all together. Together we make one hell of a team. So please don't just sit there and wait for other people to do it. They won't. You need to do it with us. That's the only way. And with all of us. There's not just the UK, the whole of us together. We have the tech that we need to give us a strong voice to move forward. We must move the social media to enable us to speak with one voice. Every one of you out there has got something to offer. It might be advice for other people with type 1 and tech. It might be writing to a healthcare provider or political representative. Please join with us to help getting the life-changing technology to those whose life it can really change. We can do this all together. We've got each other at the end of the day. Thank you so much for coming. Diolch yn fawr iawn i chi gyd am ddod. You made a very happy man very old. It's been a long day, and a very happy World Diabetes Day to you all. Goodbye now. Cheers.